Good to go. Right, let's boot this bad boy up. Booting up Buttercup. Oh, I need to switch to that. Maybe in the test environment. Probably need to update a few things in the test environment. We've been running the new one for a while now. Come on. In your own time. Well, you know what I like doing? I like having lock screen the same as oh, okay. I got rid of this. Oh, this is not worth it to me. It's not worth it. Let's go with that. Yep, there's an update of that. Run that. I think there's an update of processor Sue as well. Yep. Hey Bert, hey Zeppo, how you doing, buddies? What's happening? What's going down? I have just written some scripts to facilitate switching between full screen optimization mode and full screen exclusive mode, because I wanted to test it again. Because last time I tested it, the latencies were about the same, but I haven't actually tested FPS for a while. So I wanted to see whether there's a difference if I run a really kind of tough replay, whether there's a difference between full screen exclusive mode and full screen optimization mode. So as I say, a part of my breakaway Fortnite pack is going to have this in it. So that's what I've been working on today. Best YouTube streamer with under 1K subs. I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? How you doing? Yeah, looking forward to it. And do you think I should buy processors to improve me? I buy it. I mean, but I bought it a long time ago when it was like half the price that it is now. There were some discounts recently where you could get like 40% off, but I've got like a lifetime license for as many household computers as I want. I don't think they do that one anymore. Yeah, I love processors though. I love it. Right, let me switch over. Let me switch over to the other one. Switcheroony. Let's get you over to here. Right, so we're in the my test dual boot environment at the moment. There, see on this one, it's picking up the system fan. What have I got settings wise? Nothing. There's nothing different about this environment. Those three, maybe that one. Why is that one picking up this system fan and my main environment isn't? That's weird. I typically, instead of going for the max cores, because it jumps around so much, just go for the CPU package. Started doing that. Save that. Right, so at the moment this is kind of stock Windows with full screen optimization modes, just default out of the box. So we're gonna, once I've updated everything, have we got anything else to update? Do I have to update Fortnite? No, I think we're good. So you can tell whether or not you're running full screen optimization mode by whether or not you can use your volume control on your keyboard, and it pops up on the screen. So I'm going to remove, oh, come on. And full screen exclusive mode only works in DX11 and performance mode, by the way, for this. So if you're running DX12, this is completely irrelevant for you. It's an older technology, full screen exclusive mode. It used to be just the go-to for all pros, always. But Windows 11 has been making FSO so much better, it's pretty much indistinguishable now. But I haven't done a FPS test in a while, so I'm gonna hold off on making a judgment on that right this second. But so can you see that? Down the bottom by my feet, oh, hang on, where am I pointing? Down there, the volume's going up and down, yeah? You can tell that FSE, full screen exclusive mode, is not working and FSO is working because you can see that. And it's easy to Alt-Tab. I mean, if I Alt-Tab now, okay, I get a bit of a black screen, like that. I've got nothing to Alt-Tab to, so it's just gonna come straight back. Oh, I should have been able to Alt-Tab. There are Alt-Tab things. Oh, anyway. If I press the Windows key, that's normally the quickest way to get out, in and out. But if we're running FSE, then that will take a long time and it'll be a bit dodgy sometimes as well. It could crash the game. Is that music too loud for you guys, or are you okay on it? A bit loud for me. I have to turn it down. Right. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, are we going to do latency as well? Are we going to test latency as well, or we just do FPS for now? Because if we're going to test latency, I need to change the driver on here. Use crashes my game when I tab. Are you running FSE or are you not running it? Over the default or full screen exclusive mode? I mean, you can tell by the volume bar if you're running it or not. But yeah, it can do. I typically just press the Windows button on the... Oh, thanks for the sub, Alexander. Good name. Yeah, I normally just press the Windows key on my keyboard to get, instead of Alt actually tapping. So, FSE, okay. Well, we're going to compare the two for performance in a minute. Have I got, I need to turn off RTSS. So yeah, I normally press the Windows key, it's normally the quickest way to get out. I need to turn off that overlay editor because we're going to be running CapFrame X, aren't we? We're going to run a little CapFrame X and hopefully I've got a good replay to play. Hopefully. There we go, we've got some CapFrame X going on. Replays, what have we got? What have we got? What have we got? We've got the tough one. Yeah, we got the really tough one, this bottom one. Okay, so let's run this through. So this is FSO. So this is out of the box, Windows 11, default, haven't done anything, FSO. Yeah, which Microsoft have been improving. So let's get a baseline. What's the time on this one? Oh, I was going to run async, wasn't I? Am I going to do this? Yeah, I'm running scanline sync at the moment. I'm not sure. I suppose it really depends on, as long as I keep the conditions the same for each test and only change one thing, i.e. FSO to FSE, it should be a good like-for-like comparison. I'd rather have been running async for this, but if I change it now, it kind of goes weird without me having to restart the game, and I don't really want to restart the game. I don't really want to. I used to have a 14900KS and it actually burnt your 360mm cooler copper plate whilst running a stress test. Burnt it? Oh my god. Well, mine's stable now, and I've got decent temperatures. I mean, what's my temperature right now? 6970, and we're running absolute max load because of that. I can't even get 360 FPS on this replay. So it's a very tough replay. So, right in game. Look at all those people down the bottom there. So this is about as tough as it gets for a replay. So let's run it and get a baseline. What should we do in the meantime? Let's go to the streaming PC. That will keep watching. And we can do other things. Yay! What can we do then? Oh, I need to update Discord. Yeah, I've developed these scripts. I'll show you them in a minute. that going to work? Or is it not going to work? Replays freezing the stream. That's fine for me. Alright. Yeah, so this is basically going to be going in the premium section. So I'm going to be coming up with a new guide soon, just for Fortnite. And it will have this FSE versus FSO. I suppose this still works for other games. I don't know what other games still run DX11 though, so I don't know. So the new guide and the new pack will be coming in here as soon as I can. But the main PC guide, the brand new one's here. So if you want some extra goodies, that's where you can find it. But you have to sign up for it, I'm afraid. Stop all the people stealing all my information. Quite a low paywall, a hop over, not a particularly high one. What we got? It's still going, hey Donny! Brandon not playing Fortnite for a little bit. I'm testing at the moment full screen exclusive mode versus full screen optimization mode on a FPS replay. So we're gonna see. You can configure Capture X to not hide the overlay while capturing the stats. I know. As long as it's the same each go. I know I used to do that. I can't be. I've just had to set so many new environments up and then reinstall Capture MX, and some things I just skip after a while. Oh yeah, thank you for the skin tie. You're getting me to try and match Bill and Paul last night, weren't you? That's very kind of you. I'll wear it later. Don, it's not like oh, it's normal now. Okay, that must have been I don't know what that was. Probably your end. Somebody watching Netflix. Oh yeah, my hit rate though at the moment is mentally good. So good, my hit rate. I mean, I'm making like 200-meter headshot snipes like every time I shoot. It's crazy. All right, that's done. All right, let's just see how that looks. Back to the game we want. Let's see how that looks, just to make sure. I don't know, I might need to run it again. We'll see what it looks like. Yeah, it's a bit low, but I've got no frame spikes. Normally if it's filling in shader cache, you'll get a big frame spike. And it's quite smooth. And I am running that sync line stuff. So as long as I keep it the same, I mean, I'm normally about 308 here, but as long as the test is the same each time and we only change one parameter, we can see whether something's better or worse. Yeah? So this is going to be FSO. So let's run my new scripts to quickly change from FSO to FSE. Nope. I had a nightmare earlier. On my old PC, it's got a hard disk drive as well as like a big 2 terabyte backup one. And it started kind of getting corruptions recently. So I made all these scripts earlier and then I went to copy them onto a flash drive and they all corrupted, all of them. So everything I'd done all day, it corrupted. So I tried to right click and repair the actual hard drive and that actually got 90% of it back. So I've had to rewrite again the 10% of the stuff I had to do. But anyway, yeah, Bliss, the best things I've done, well, the two things that are going to help you with hit rate, well, three things. One, my network configuration in my tuning guide. Two, exit lag can help. And three, the extra network tweaks that I've put in recently for the network section for version 72. I mean, those three combined, just my hit rate is crazy good. It's never been this good. Me with a sniper is just silly. I'm not even trying to aim half the time. I just aim in the general direction and it hits. Anyway. SanDisk. Right, Fortnite tuning pack. So this is the one I've been working on. So tweaks, FSE. So now I've got a script to basically back up what's in your registry now. I'm going to take these out because that's from a different computer. Yep. So what we're going to run that one to start with, and that will back up whatever your registry is right now. Yeah, so if you're running FSO right now, it will take a copy of it, and it will create these ones here for you. So that's your backup. Then you need to make sure Fortnite's not running, and I got one to then renames the Fortnite folder from Fortnite game to Fortnite game old. And that should have done that. So it's now Fortnite game old. You need to reset your local Fortnite game folder for this to work. And then I've got the enable FSE script. And I've also got an undo script as well. So it's made all those changes. So if you now need to undo, what that will do is basically read all the backup registry files and re-import them. And clear everything out to where you are. So I've got a quick way now of switching between FSE and FSO. So all we need to do now is reboot. And then that should kick in. You have the NetDoom R3. Oh, I was thinking about getting that. Ping optimizer, but get like 1 millisecond buffer bloat and it's terrible hit reg. 1 millisecond buffer bloat? That's really good. What are you talking about? I don't think it's anything to do with that then. I don't think it's that to do with that at all, Bliss. More likely your route across the internet or your network settings on your computer. 1 millisecond of buffer bloat is ridiculously good. So the NetDoomer is basically meant to be the same hardware spec as the one I've got, which is the Netgear X 1000 Nighthawk thing. But it's got a more advanced version of the operating system that runs on it. But I do know that they've had a load of bugs to begin with. So I don't know what the state of it is now. But yeah, I mean, I was tempted to jump ship. I really was. Wait, is this the right environment? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. All right, so we should have FSO working now. FSE working, sorry. No, you need to uninstall any game bar apps for this to work. Got any game bar apps at all, you need to disable them and uninstall them. I think it's the game because I've been getting stutters and crashes in 2 different pieces. I've been fine. Honestly. It's been mental for me. So I watched some of my stream back from last night. I was laughing. It was so ridiculous, the shots I was making. Just ridiculous. About half an hour in on the first stream I did yesterday, that game. It's absurd. It was like it was aiming for me. Right, so it's reset the Fortnite folder, which means you get all this annoying rubbish again, and it means you have to go and reset the display options. So let's do that quick. Full screen, native, unlimited, because we're limiting in RTSS. We'll leave that until the end. Quality presets are low, turn that off, whack that to 100%. I hope I was running textures low before. I think I was. Might not be a fair test if I wasn't. Reflex on plus boost. Pretty much it. Apply that little lot. Oh, I've got to turn off the energy savings as well. And this one is the energy savings. Right. There we go. Enable energy savings off and off. This will all be going into the new Fortnite guide. And then at the end we can switch to performance mode, which is DX11. So it's a bit of wait with going on for the NetDoom. I don't know, they might have ironed out the bugs by now. Go and have a look at their support site. See how much is open. No, the whole point of getting that NetDuma is that you want their operating system and firmware. That's what you want. That's the bit that you want, because it's more advanced than the one I've got, which is sold by Netgear, and they've got a really old version of it, and they don't have license for the new versions of it. Or older products, so they don't put them on there. Alright, so has this worked? Right, okay, so I'm doing the volume control right now with my right hand, and no volume bar, which means FSE is working. So let's go and run that replay again. Be nice and quick to switch between the two now, which is very good. Oh no, you know what? We don't have any replays because we renamed the Fortnite folder to Fortnite Old, so I need to go and now get them. I need to go and get them. There they are. Copy them across, go back to that last folder, plug it in, close it. Yeah, I did try to make, instead of Fortnite game dash old, I tried to make Fortnite game dash like a unique date and time. And it is so hard to do that in Windows. I'll probably do it in PowerShell, but from a command line, it's crazy hard. I could do that with my eyes closed in 10 seconds in Unix. Unbelievably easy in Unix. But on Windows, apparently that's impossible. Just renaming a folder and putting a date stamp on it. I was researching that for about 2 hours. It's ridiculous. Now, because I recreated that Fortnite folder, I think I probably got rid of some cache, so I might need to run this through twice. We shall see. See whether we get those big spikes in the frame times. Right, ready, steady, go. Right, let's run it. Right, what else we do while we wait? I'm sure I did do the latency tests, FSE versus FSO, but I can't remember whether I published them or not. There's something else I haven't published as well on here that I need to remember to do. What was it? Some of those CapFrame X replays. Need it for the new guide, I think. What was it? Oh, I have to try and remember that one. It's quite smooth, this, just from me looking at it. You wouldn't know we're kind of dropping into from the 300s to the 200s. Yeah, so at the moment my recommendation is basically if you're a pro Fortnite player, I'd still recommend RTSS, I really would, over the in-game limiter, because it's not giving you any better performance at all, and it's not getting you better latency, the in-game one. It's not. RTSS doesn't give you any extra latency in async with async. So if you're a pro, I would either suggest trying RTSS async, or if that feels a bit too much latency in situations like this, then use the NVIDIA Reflex sync. That's typically the lowest latency. Try them out. All right, what have we got? Let's have a look. So we got any frame time peaks? If we do, we'll need to run it again. Anything's high in terms of... No, everything's under 15, that's plenty fine. FSE, right, drum roll please. FSE is winning. Gets an extra 1.2 FPS. Ooh. No, I can't use G-Sync Del Boy ever, because if you've got more than one monitor, you get big latency spikes in what you're playing with G-Sync. You can't do it. I used to run G-Sync for years, but then I started streaming, which is my second monitor because it's a capture card effectively, and so I can't use it anymore. So I have to use Fix Refresh now. It's a bug in the driver that's been there for years, and they just don't seem to want to fix it. I think they whinge about how it's a Microsoft problem. But yeah, so I have to use Fix Refresh. I can't use G-Sync, I'm afraid. But I don't need G-Sync because my FPS doesn't go up and down very much. It's rock solid. G-Sync's really for if your FPS is going up and down a lot, because your PC's not well tuned, or you've picked an FPS cap that is beyond the capability of your PC and you're just being greedy. So G-Sync's for those scenarios. That will keep it nice and smooth. But for those of us that are capping well below the capabilities of our PCs and can keep that 360 FPS or 240 FPS absolutely solid, then Fix Refresh is going to be the best solution anyway, because it's lower latency. Because G-Sync, anything that ever does any additional processing adds latency. It's just got more work to do, so it takes longer. So all the syncs, they all add latency, all of them. They have to. This is why Fix Refresh has lower latency. But again, if it's going up and down a lot, then you want it smoother and it'll be easier for gameplay. Tried with Fix Refresh on my dual monitor setup, saw no difference for latency, but G-Sync did feel a lot better. Yeah, well, check out your FPS, see what they're doing. But yeah, if you actually measure it in end-to-end reflex latency analyzer, G-Sync will be, I don't know, half a millisecond worse than Fix Refresh, and then something like V-Sync will be about 7 or 8 milliseconds worse, which is horrific. So syncs typically add a load of latency, and if you can't feel it, it's probably because the human being can't detect things typically below about 10 milliseconds. Most humans. Why does it say win game mode off? Who did that? Hands up, who did that? But anyway, I found this interesting. I'm getting distracted from the results here. FSE looks a little smoother. It looks slightly better frame times. FPS. Yeah, it's tracking that quite well, but some of the green ones, the FSO, they're a bit lower than the orange ones. So they got bigger dips. Standard deviation is not great, but let's change that to 1 percentile, 0.1 percentile lows. Yeah, there we go. That's interesting. Oh, they're pretty much the same, makes no difference. So there's not much in it. So if I was setting up a pros PC, I probably would go out of my way to set up FSE. But for those of us that aren't needing an extra 1.2 FPS, then it's probably not worth it. I want to stick game mode on just to show you guys what difference that makes. Oh, why that was off. How did that get turned off? I mean, how? Is this all on? That's still all on. Fortnite on the list? Ooh, yeah, Fortnite's on the list. Let's restart that then. Don't think you need to reboot for game mode. Do you? You need to restart for game mode? I don't think you do. I don't think so. But yeah, it looks like I've just made accessing FSE much easier, if nothing else, to even to test this stuff. Alright, let's have a look. Because it's always been a pain of mine. Normally I can only ever test FSO versus FSE when I first installed a new operating system. Because it's so hard to undo all the hacks that you have to do to make FSE possible that I just kind of never did it until now. So now I've scripted it where it backs up the registry parts first and then it can restore those and we can go back and forth quite easily now. Much easier than manually having to change every single registry branch and Right, still says game mode's off. I'm rebooting. I want to make sure. So this is my test environment at the moment. So that means I need to roll back to what, 551.56 because and I need to install Experience Center as well, so my reflex latency analyzer works. Because this, I think, it's got the latest GPU drivers on it. It's 552 dot something. Right. We is rebooting. Okay. Right, game mode should be working now. Double check in CapFrame X that it's picked it up. Let's double check. Yeah, game mode on, resizable bar on, hags on. Jolly good. Let's go. See if this is a little bit better with game mode on. All game mode's really doing, per my understanding, is it's acting a little bit like Processor Sue, and it's just basically keeping background tasks kind of under control. That's all it's really doing. Right. Replace. .285. Gameplay. Spacebar minus. Go. Captures has started. Alright. Come back to here for a while that's running. Anything else? What else did I add recently? Oh yeah, I tried to do in the new version, I tried to add a kind of a basic how to overclock your GPU. It won't help at all for Fortnite, but I realised that Fortnite isn't the only game in the world, so potentially it could definitely help with GPU bound games. It certainly used to help me with getting better scores in like superposition and 3D Mark kind of GPU tests, so it certainly used to help with that. And it's a good starting guide for kind of how to what your GPU is capable of. Good starting point, and then you can kind of change it to just be a manual overclock and just kind of go up by 10 or 50 or how much, depending on how much you want to go up for your clock speed and your GPU memory clock speeds. So yeah, I noticed that Intel have released a new comment, official comment on the whole 13th and 14th gen K processors. In that they're basically still just blaming the motherboards, and they've given a tiny bit more information, but not really anything enough. It's just, they're still blaming the motherboard manufacturer. So maybe the motherboard, there was one thing in it that the AC/DC load line calibration, the AC/DC, they had to be matched, and they weren't being matched by any of the motherboard manufacturers for the AC and DC. So they are all going to have to comply with that. They definitely are going to have to comply with that. So we're definitely going to have a brand new BIOS, even the one that I've got, the beta one that I'm running. But yeah, 307 amps is very low. I mean, mine's running a max of 400 amps and 320 watts. And it's fine. It's fine on this new BIOS. It's absolutely fine. I can't undervolt it anymore though. If I undervolt it at all, then Prime 95 crashes. They released a new one today, did they? Oh, let's go look. Let's have a look. Need to be able to. Let's pause that. We're going to have a look, see if there's a new one today. MSI Z798. The one I've got? Yeah. Support. Let's see if they've released a new one today. Wait, that's the one I've already got. Yeah, they have released it, but that's the one I've already got, I'm afraid. It's the one I've been running for 2 weeks. That BIOS date is dated the 20th of last month. So that might be when it's published. Only tweak passes. So you can read this. Oh, that's too much. Replaced MSI's own tweaked power sync with added Intel default settings, and users can still optimize system with alternates from MSI. I've got this. I've been running it for a while, unless they've made some extra changes. But then the B1 would have that. Yeah, so that doesn't help me. So it looks like it's out. Okay, that's a good thing. But I'm now going to complain to them that it's still not fixed the issue. I'll show you in a minute that it doesn't comply. I'll show you where it doesn't comply. I posted it in PC Tuning Chat earlier. Right. So it says here, AC load line must match the DC load line, right? We'll go on to my other computer. I'll show you that it doesn't. So they're going to have to bring out a new one because it doesn't correspond with what Intel's official statement today, which had that in it. So they're going to have to bring out a new one. Right, what are we doing? I want to have a look at the results quick. Actually, let me show you this first. Hardware info. I'll show you it's different. So this is running that B1 BIOS, right? Close that. Right, so if I go to CPU, find my CPU, we go down here. Oh yeah. There. says that the domain load line AC/DC should be the same, 0.6 and 1.1 milliohms. They should match according to that spec. Intel default settings. It should match. So they're going to have to bring out a new BIOS because they do not match. So yeah, the one that's out, it's not going to be new for very long, I suspect. I'm probably going to ask for a new one today. I'll contact the support again, show them that it doesn't match, and it shows them that they're deviating from doing that. So I thought that was quite interesting. Yeah, the last like 3 or 4 have been in beta. It's been, I'm sorry, could you see that? You could see that, right? Yeah, you can see that 0.6 and 1.1 milliamps. They are different. AC/DC. AC is 0.6, DC is 1.1. So it's out of spec. They are very naughty. Can I show you my BIOS version in here? Well, that says A3. That's interesting. Why does that say A3? What did we just decide it was? That's A2. Well, that's interesting. So maybe that is different. No, I'm sure it's B1. Where's my I've got it on a flash drive still. Let me have a look. Still got it on a flash drive. I'll tell you what it is. Is it that one? That's this one. A3, it is A3. Because look, there's B1, A2. Guess who's flashing their BIOS today? Oh no, that means setting up all my memory overclocks again. Okay, that's quite a lot to do. I'll have to set them up all over again. Check the name when you downloaded it again. Doesn't actually say which one it was. What is it? Using A3 on your Ace Max, I don't want to break my memory overclock. Last time was a pain to make it stable again. Yeah, I'm basically going to have to start again if I go from B1 right now. Oh. It's never been out of beta. I mean, look. This is the email I got from them. Actually put a screenshot of it. But I might email them and ask them the difference between B1 and A3, because if they're exactly the same, I don't really want to bother. I might do that. Maybe. Right, anyway, what were we doing? A million years ago, we were having a look at the game mode on, weren't we? FSE game mode on. See if that helps at all. Yep, game mode on is top dog. Well, there's quite a bit of difference there actually, look. About 1.5 more. Yeah, that's definitely worth it. I always recommend game mode on anyway, but obviously we forgot to, maybe a Windows update, reset it. Windows updates do have a tendency of resetting that thing. So you got to keep an eye on it. But that's quite interesting. Can I save? Where's it going to save it to? Oy. You know what? Can't be bothered. Just want to copy all of these captures from one system to another. Yeah, all of these date. We got a date. 5 of the 6th, 5 of the 9th. Oh, that's not good. These are old ones. That one, and then these guys. Yeah, that's better. Stick them all on the data D drive. Whack them in there, a bit more central. Let's keep these files. Okay, now we got them centrally located, that's fine. All right. So that was interesting with FSE and FSO. I don't think I can be bothered. I don't think I can be bothered doing anything with upgrading, well, downgrading the driver right now and testing latency. I might do that a different day. Now it's nice and easy for me to get between FSE and FSO. I'm quite happy about that. I'm more concerned about how we've got distracted with this BIOS thing. I'm going to need to upgrade my BIOS. But again, that's going to be all the memory overclocking stuff. All of it. Resetting all those timings again. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm going to have to retest all the stability stuff as well. But it may allow me to then undervolt, which I kind of want to do because I was getting better results a week or so ago when I was undervolting on the previous one. What do we think? Okay, I can't not. I can't not. Okay. I got auto runs in here. I can't not have that. Just so I can get back into MSI when I reboot. I probably don't matter saving, well, it's all my sub-timings that took ages to sort out. And there's loads of extra options in there as well. It took me a long time to sort out. Alright, so one thing I think I'll do, so let's take off, let's take out the display port so you guys can see my BIOS. So you guys can see when I reboot now, you can see the BIOS. It's so much darker, the screen through HDMI versus DisplayPort, my goodness. So much darker. Yeah, so now I should be able to start MSI Center. Because I've just put those services back on again. See if it can pick it up in here. I want to go back into the BIOS anyway and just record everything. Make sure I've got everything written down. So I can reapply it back again. But that's going to take me a while. What are you up to? What's that? Blowing. No. You can't make it bigger. You can make it bigger. No, I can't make it bigger. Support. Let's have a look. If they added the chipset stuff as well, anything else? Any of that? Can you say the profile to you? And no, I think the profiles are BIOS specific. Pretty sure they're BIOS specific. Okay, so according to MSI Center, no available updates. I'm wondering because it's got the. I wonder if it's because it's got the beta moniker, and it doesn't do betas for you. So MSI Z790 Ace, please. Supports, drivers and downloads. So let's start downloading this stuff. That's done. Is that done? What's happening right now? Okay, that's those two. So we got all those. I'm going to whack all those on a memory stick. Which one? That one? I think it's that one. You're right, Jakey? You okay? Okay. Oh, you're doing fish and chips this evening? 8 o'clock? You're going to be getting little tiddlers from the fish and chip shop. Oh, is my clock wrong again? Oh, not again. It keeps doing that. Why can't Windows actually sync when it just starts up one time? Why can't it do that? Must be nuts. Okay, 7 o'clock. I've just gained an hour, everyone. Delete from the old memory stick. Yeah, I will do. I will do. So look, you've got A2, A3 in here. Windows 11 as well, installer on this thing. And we've got some memory overclocks as well in here. I can't even remember what that is. What's that? A1 XMP. I think that's. Sure, that's another temp thing I can put in there. Some snapshot things. That's one of those. I think everything else is Windows 11. Okay, Windows 11 installer. Yeah. I nearly hopped over the channel there. All right. So we will need to extract the B1. And we'll need to take the ins. Let's see what this is. It's actually got update information. I think that's what we already read, isn't it? And then the rest is in Chinese, so not my strong point. Back it into the root directory. Okay, so that's ready to go. So now I need to just kind of record everything in my motherboard. I might do a recording in parallel to streaming, and we'll just go through all the settings, and then I can just put them back, going through it. One way of doing it, I suppose, isn't it? All right, so that's ready to rock and roll. That will need to go into the BIOS flash port as well. Okay, so let's reboot. Oh, I love flashing BIOSes. Hoorah! Pressing and holding delete. I'll make sure that these are out actually. Take those out. Right, so I need, at the moment my controller's in the BIOS flash port. So I'll need to do some juggling. Give me a second. I'm far too old to be climbing on desks. When I say climbing on desks, I mean actually standing on them. Right, so yeah, this is where we are at the moment. So tell you what, I might kick off a recording. It should record, you know what I want to do. My D drive's been weird on this recently, so I'm going to change my output directory. It corrupted something earlier. I can't change anything. Oh no, I can't change anything while I'm streaming. And the output for OBS. All right, I'm just gonna have to hope that my D drive doesn't have corruption issues. So yeah, you can see look, 1A3 up here. So we're going to 1B in a minute. So let's start from the beginning. Yeah, let's start from the beginning. Let's start recording. Nothing in system status. Advanced. I don't think I changed anything in here. I think that's pretty much all defaults. I think this is all defaults. Boot. Pretty much leave that on. I think by default lat is on, but I normally turn it off. Boot options, I think I just clean that up normally a little bit. I've only got one boot manager, so that's fine. Security, I normally disable secure boot in there so I can run my HID USBF drivers. I don't think I did anything in any of these, no, and no. Okay, so that's settings. Then, expert mode, leaving all this alone. I've got AVX offset of -3 because when I was running Cinebench it was downclocking by 3 anyway, so I thought I might as well just stick it at -3. Yeah, I'm unlimiting the cooler options so I can manually set the power. You'll see in a minute when we install the new BIOS, MSI's solution to most of this is to basically force everybody to go on box cooler to begin with. That's their solution. But I didn't want to do that, so I wanted to set it manually. Hey Frosty. So we're updating my BIOS because there's a new one out. Wish me luck. Not changing anything here. EMP's enabled at the same time as overclocking, so I've gone up 200 for my DRAM frequencies. XMP is 7,200. I've set the gear 2 for this, but that's I think auto anyway. Advanced DRAM configuration. Right, we're going to have to write all this down. I've changed some of these things, but some of these are default anyway. So they're my timings. They're default for XMP. And then when we get... No, actually that's not. That's a bit lower than XMP. That's a lot higher than XMP. 12, 16, 32, 4. And then we got the around... timing configuration, all of these. So I'm recording at the moment. I'm just hoping this recording actually works and I can then play it back again. Then we got think that's it for the numbers. What's that? There's dynamic mode. I set the latency timing setting to, but again, I think that's default. Well, that's the auto version. What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Disable power down mode. Okay, so we can go back out of here. Memory fast boot. I've got that on auto. I normally disable that when I'm overclocking though. I haven't touched any of the undervolts. I was undervolting when before this BIOS, but once I got to this BIOS, I couldn't without it crashing Prime 95 anymore. So I just put it all back to auto. Right. So then we've got the CPU advanced configuration. So we've got hyperthreading off. We've got C states off. And then we've got the power limit set 320, 320 and 400 amps. This was the other thing I was playing originally to try and get it stable on the previous BIOS using Intel defaults for here, but then I found on this BIOS Intel defaults weren't stable, so I've now gone to the MSI normal ones, and that's stable, and everything else is default there. What else we got? Yeah, don't forget right down the bottom, CPU features, turning off virtualization. Right, and then we've got fans, hardware monitor. I've got smart fans controlling the CPU 1, pump, and system 1. All the other fans are controlled by fan controller in the operating system. All the other controllers. Because I've got 11 case fans in this PC, which is a lot. So yeah, I'm just basically 50%ing it and then ramping up between 30 and 60 degrees. So it's 50% all the time up to 30 degrees, and between 30 and 60 it then goes to 100%. Same for that one, same for that one. So I'm doing that. And that should be it, I think. That should be it. Anything else I've forgotten? Oh yeah, I did remember as well to take off integrated graphics, didn't I? Yeah, disable integrated graphics. Don't forget that one, please. Never disable a load of ports. You'll get them wrong. You think you're disabling USB 2 ports and you go, oh yeah, I'll get rid of all of those. And then you literally can't use your keyboard and mouse again to get into the BIOS to undo it. And then you have to do a CMOS reset. So never play with these, please. They'll just... Somebody else did this as well a couple of days ago. I said, yeah, I fell into that trap. I think that's it. I think that's it. Right, we're ready to do a BIOS thingy. Let's stop recording. I want to see this recording before we... Let's go back to here. I want to make sure that this recording's actually going to work. Where am I saving it to? Where am I saving it to? I can't remember now. Documents? Videos, perhaps. That's not going to help me. It's a bit smaller than that, please. Otherwise, some medium icons. Large icons. We have one for the BIOS. OBS. Is that today? Right. Is this going to work? Hey, that's a me. That's a me. Right, we can watch that back. That's good. Phew. Right, so I've got everything recorded. That's a good trick for getting back to how you had it before. Record it in a little video, which is tricky to do when you don't have a capture card. I grant you, but that's what I've got. So works for me. It doth work for me. They limit to cooler box only when you use it. Yeah, probably. No, I mean, as I say, you get a pop-up right at the beginning when you install the new BIOS, and it basically is defaulting to the cooler box. A box cooler. Right, we're going to flash this bad boy. Everybody fingers crossed. Always fun flashing BIOSes. You never know what you're going to get when you're just going to brick your computer, black screen it. You just always fun. See, I'm tempted to try and get a decent score in Cinebench to compare what it was before, but I should have run a Cinebench right a minute ago, shouldn't I? I'm normally around 36,000 with all the hyperthreading turned off. With the hyperthreading on, I'm around 42,000 Cinebench. About 36,000. So let's see how this BIOS is. When I upgraded my BIOS before with this beta one, I dropped 10 degrees centigrade and got the same performance, which was awesome. I'm just going to let it do its own thing. We'll probably end up going into Windows in a minute. Or is it going to go straight into the BIOS? No, normally, no, we haven't flashed it yet. I'm on autopilot, aren't I? We haven't flashed it yet. I'm still waiting for the flash screen to come up, where I select the enter flash mode. Okay, it's entering flash mode. Yeah, that's fine. That took a while, didn't it? Right. So yep, we want that, and we want that. Are you sure we want that? I'm pretty sure. It did take a while to get there, didn't it? It was like a whole minute. I'm going from A3 to B1. How to get from A to B. So much fun for everyone. On my CPU, 32%. 32 degrees C, that's fine. When we first got Ship's PC, his desktop, he's got a 14900KF. His desktop temperatures were 60 in the 60s. It's just that the fans just weren't working properly. Oh, so much fun. I honestly don't know what I'm going to get now. What am I going to get? A completely hobbled performance, or I don't know what I'm going to get. We'll find out soon. Does it go back into the BIOS after a BIOS flash, or is it going to go to Windows? I don't know. Can't remember. Hello, what are we into? We're updating my BIOS. Big scariness. There's a new BIOS in town. I'm updating. So we just made a video of all the settings I had before, and we're going to watch it back again after the BIOS is finished flashing for the new one. Oh, there we go. So never press escape to get into the BIOS from this, by the way, because then you won't be able to save anything. I learned that one the hard way. So I think I probably should run those other two things on the, like I put in the temp directory as well, the other two things I downloaded. It starts, that's always a good sign. Okay, so temp, what did we download? It was it just, we just go to downloads, probably still in here. Oh, I've booted into a different environment, so it can't be in this one. Go back to what were the two things we downloaded? Date modified, there we go. Me firmware update, all right. Oh, what's that? It's just a text file. the ME firmware in Windows, and then it automatically complete the ME firmware update. Hello, where are you then? Okay. There we go, so there's the tool. Please exit programs. Current version, target version. Okay, so we're going up a little bit. We're going up 31. Yeah, you should never be running BitLocker, by the way. If you're ever doing anything with your BIOS, like updating it, always turn off BitLocker. Otherwise, if you leave BitLocker running and your drive encrypted, and then you update your BIOS, you will not be able to get back into your operating system ever again. It's just locked. It's going to lock you out. The encryption keys will just be off, and you won't be able to do it. You won't be able to do anything with it. So I've discovered that one the hard way as well. So yeah, if you're running Windows 11 Home, you do not have BitLocker. If you're running Windows 11 Pro, you probably do have it, but you probably don't have it turned on. Typically just for businesses, the Pro version. But for the Home version, yeah, you're normally fine. You're not encrypting your disk. If you are encrypting your disk, you're only slowing down your gaming PC anyway. So. Yeah, really risky. We do big danger on this channel. We laugh in the face of danger in this channel. And then cry when it all goes wrong. My case has got some fingerprints on it. Get rid of them. I don't know how on earth I'm going to clean this thing out for dust. I really don't. It's just enormous. I can't take it out into the garage, my new PC, to clean it out because it's just enormous. It's so heavy, I can barely move it from one side of the room to the other. This new PC, it's just enormous. If I ever get broken into, I don't think the robbers will take it because it's just so heavy. The CPU turns into a nuclear reactor, yeah. No problem. Alright, that should have updated. We'll reboot now and we'll go into the BIOS and start setting things up again. Alright. Righty, so yeah, let's reboot. Have I got a update for this as well while we're at it? Okay, I've done that one already. Right, BIOS time. Bring in the bin. Oh, I still didn't do the blooming. Oh my god. Nicky, I forgot to do the butcher's order. Got distracted. Right, new BIOS. Ooh, shiny. B1. Check the auto AC/DC. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute. Let's go advanced. Stick on XMP. Start with that. Right, here we go. See how much we can remember. That's all default. Make sure there's nothing new in here. That's all fine. Right, turn these off because I've got my own network card. Also, don't need that. That's more Bluetooth stuff. I don't need that. Don't need Bluetooth or Wi-Fi on this computer, so don't need any of that. Audio controller, I don't need. I don't plug anything into the back of the PC for audio, so I can disable all that. My audio comes through my display port into my monitor from the GPU. so that's fine. Right, integrated graphics. Disable that bad boy. It's a load of tunneling. I don't think I need these. I don't use anything for Thunderbolt. I don't know. I forgot to do it, and that's tomorrow morning. Yeah. I'll try and send an email in a bit. Do you recommend disabling Windows write cache buffer flash? No. What, on hard disks? No. No, I do not. Leave them default. That's only there so that they can get kind of, the disk manufacturers can kind of get an extra boost and say, oh look, we're better than them. That's just for benchmarks. Don't actually run it. It's a good thing that being on. You don't need it. It's not going to affect your gaming in any way, leaving it default. Right. What else have we got? MSI driver, C-BIOS. That's all fine. Yeah, try not to distract me too much. Boots. Disable game. Do I want? I might turn off fast boot, just so it does a hardware check as it's starting up. Right, let's fix these. So USB, that one, and then turn this off for all the other ones. I'm going to need to refer to my video that I made a minute ago in a minute for the memory overclocking, but we're good at the moment. All right, security, secure boot, disabled. Nothing else in here. Right. Should we do overclocking next? Right, here we go. CPU cooler tuning, Intel default. That's new. That's the box one, isn't it? Nope, sorry. I'm going for this one. Yes, I am. Because all we have to do is basically just do our own one. So we just do 320 in there, 320 in there. Because if you remember the thing I popped up, so look, let's go back to the streaming PC for a sec. Where's my Discord? This, remember this? So you can see for the KS processors, the extreme profile, this is for potato motherboards, basically. This column, that's for potato motherboards. This is a decent motherboard. That's for under $200 motherboards, right? That column there. So the extreme column is for decent and semi-decent motherboards. So I can run 400 amps and I can run 320 watts for PL1 and PL2. That's an official within spec KS setting. Yeah. So let's go back to here. Here. And then I can put 400 amps in here. So all of that is within Intel spec, all of it. And as I say, I did used to do Intel default for this, but I found that it was crashing. It was, so I backed it out. So whatever MSI did to the VF curves, the voltage frequency curves, seems to favor their normal light load control. It doesn't seem to like the Intel defaults. Whatever they did to design their voltage frequency curves, yeah, so leave it on normal and just set them here, those three. Right, so what else are we getting rid of? We are getting rid of hyperthreading. We are getting rid of C-states. The other two we're getting rid of. Everything else we leave the same. Right, where are we up to? Same. I'll leave the memory overclocking till last. So have they got their new beta? Yeah, they do have this new beta feature where they let you play with these. God, Some of these, they're getting them up to 6.4. I mean, what kind of cooling are they using to get up to 6.4? I don't know. Maybe with this new BIOS I can find out. We shall see. I just want it stable at the beginning. That's all I care about, stable. Memory fast boot. I'm going to turn that off for now. Just because this is a new BIOS and I'm going to be running overclock settings. So I want it training. I want it training. Right, I'm going to leave the undervoltaging for as well for now too. Thank you for the follow, you Tripper. How you doing? Oh yeah, CPU features. We need to turn off virtualization. We don't need that. That lowers our latency a bit as well. Right, so we're going to leave everything else auto. We'll just leave everything else auto. And we're going to revisit the undervolting at some point. See if we can get away with it now on this new BIOS. Remind me as well, please, to start booting into the test environment, not the main environment. Because the thing with overclocks and when you're stability testing them, if they crash, it can really mess up the operating system you're running it on. So I'd rather be running it on a test throwaway operating system than my main one. So I need to keep going back into my test environment when I'm playing with this lot. Are they using CEP? They should be enabled, but I think I disable them because I'm turning off sleep states. If I do that, no, by default they're disabled, and that's meant to be in spec as enabled, isn't it? That was in spec as enabled. There, let's go back to this again. Up here, CEP, current excursion protection, enabled is the recommended default settings. And they have not done that by default. I haven't touched that. So the default is disabled here. Right, thermal velocity boost, is that on? I didn't see that one. Where is that? It's not even there. Thermal monitors enabled. TVB. Yeah, I turn off C states. It messes up the timer as well. It lowers latency and it messes up the timer having C states running. It's good in that you get the 5.9 to 6.2 boost with C states enabled, which you don't if you disable it. But when you're running a game, you never get those boosts because more than 2 cores are busy. So you're never going to get that anyway. I don't even see the point in that 6.2. In what scenarios are only 2 cores busy and then you get the 6.2? I mean, who cares? Weird that, frankly. It's just a way of marketing numbers. Oh, we get 6.2. That's all it is. Right, C state's disabled. Oh, I can smell fish and chips. Jake, if you don't eat all your fish, I'll eat it. Save it for me, please. Jakey? If you don't eat all your fish, I will eat it. Save it for me, please. Thank you. Doesn't eat all his fish, just wastes it. And then I find out like an hour later that he hasn't eaten it. And then I have to eat an hour-old fish that's been sitting out. Give him some heads up. Right, let's do some overclocking. Let's do it. So we're going to go up the frequency a bit. So from 72, we're going to go up to 74. 7,400. And then we're going to do advanced RAM configuration. And then I'm going to pull up my video. Where's my video at? I'm going to need to go through it all. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Pause. Can we play this slower? Let's pause it. Right, disabled, auto, disabled, disabled, false. I think auto is false anyway. And then we got 2N, 34, 45, oh, excuse me, 45, 45, 45, 115, 500, and we got auto, scroll up a bit, 50,000 for this. Press play on the video, get that a bit lower. Come on. Right, okay, so then we got auto, all the way down to 12. RTP was 12, and then 4 was 16, and then T. This is really helpful, actually, having a video. Really helpful. 4 for that. And then we've got these bad boys. Okay, 14, 8, 14, 16, 12, 8, 16, 16. Make sure we're on the right one here. This G. Need to fast forward that a little bit. Alright, so what are we up to? 2 16s and then 2 20s. And then 3 22s. 3 22s, 64, a 48. Wait, what just happened there? DG. What have I just done? Oh my goodness, how did that happen? Oh, yeah. Move the mouse and it reselects a load of other stuff. That's annoying. Right, I don't want a mouse, I just want to use these. How much have we just messed up here? 34, 40, 15, 5,000, 12. We got down to here. I've got to stop picking this mouse up, haven't I? 12. This mouse on the right I need. Auto 16, 32, 4. Yeah, there was a 4 there. 32, or 4. Well, that's interesting. There's one missing. There's a missing one on the new one. There were 3 CCDLs here. Well, that was just obviously a BIOS bug. Because in the old BIOS it had 3 of them. Alright. Let's recheck these numbers again. $14, 8, 14, 16, 12, 8, 16, 16, 2 20s, 3 22s, wasn't it? 3 22s, 64, this is what we got to last time, thank you, 48, 6 and 6, well, okay, there's only one 6 this time, wait, DR should be 6, this is why I need to test these, if they've got like double entries or something, and there's not 3 22s, that can't be right, SG, RDSG should be 64. That should be 22, that should be 22. And 2 lots of 20. Okay, that is right, 64, 48. 6 and 6. We've got 48 on that one. Yeah, I'd be lost without this video, frankly. 4 on that one. 2 on that one. 42. 138. 15. Rest are autos, I think. Anything after that? 15. Don't think so. Pretty sure nothing there. I'll do the latency, yeah. The latency timing settings mode dynamic. Let's change that to dynamic. And then we had some numbers in here, I think, as well. Or did we? Safe boot retry enabled, that's fine. And then right down the bottom, power down mode disabled. Right down the bottom, power down mode disable that. I think that's it. We'll find out whether it boots up. Oh, we haven't done the fans. Right. This one. All right. Back to that one. Wait, what? I'm sorry, that's my one from before. The fans have remembered, are they? From the last BIOS? No way. The fans have remembered from the last BIOS what francodes I'd set. No way, really? Well, they have. They're very smart indeed, aren't they? Well done, fans. Nice job. Right, I think we're done. Fingers crossed we're done. F10. Ho-ho, look at all that lot. Full speed enabled, secure boot, blah 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 blah. I need to take some. I need to take a freaking picture. I just want to take some snapshots quick while we've got it open. F12 it each time. Great. Okay, so that should be a record of all the things I've changed. Yeah. Let's hit it. The second of the Eurovision Song Contest finals are about to. I don't think so. I think I'm good, thanks. I think I'm good. I'm pretty desperate to watch the Eurovision Song Contest. Oh, I need to choose the second operating system as well, don't I? Looks like it's doing its timing. That just powered completely down. Is that a bad sign or a good sign? Uh-oh. Still thinking about it. Still thinking about it. You disabled iGPU, use power down. Yeah, it's probably just doing that. It's got a white light come up now. Alright. Got an operating system. That looks better as well. Oh, it's because I'm on a, I'm not on a display port. So you guys can see what's going on. Right, let's start with a bit of hardware info on, or do we need to fix the fans first? Might need to fix the fans first. Sometimes if you mess around with the number of cores this thing's got, it doesn't like it. You have to kind of reset the configuration for processor C. You have to reset the configuration for the fans. I think this is probably fine now. In package, that's still in the right place. Fans are kicking up, that's good. Alright, that looks alright. So let's start with hardware info 64. Let's have a look to see. I'm pretty sure whether those AC/DC low lines are different. Bet you they are. Bet you they haven't done that. Bet you they haven't done it. Oh look, guess what they haven't done? They are different. It is out of spec. So we're going to need a new BIOS because given that statement only came out yesterday, I think it was, from Intel, and we're going to need another new BIOS. They should be the same now. The spec is for them to be the same. So we are breaking the spec, and that C1 that was disabled by default. Unlikely. I mean, they've definitely not followed it because of the spec for they auto disabled the C1A stuff. That wouldn't have disabled it. Choosing the box cooler. No. Right. Let's see what we get for Cinebench. We'll run a if we're about 36,000. So I'll run one, see what the number is, and then I'll run another one with hardware info 64 running, which it isn't right now. See what we get. If it's around 36,000 or whether they've completely hobbled it. The fact it's running is a good sign. Sometimes it just throws an error, sometimes it will crash the computer, sometimes you get a blue screen of death, sometimes you get a black screen of death. So 36,000. 35,500. Lost 500 points somewhere. I think I might be undervolting this one. Because that 500 points has just gone somewhere. Can't think of anything else it would be. My memory's not stable anymore. And we can try and run some memory stability things, see if that's good. I'm curious about the voltages though, so let's run a hardware info 64 with it. Sensors only. Alright, so we're getting 5.9, that's always a good sign. That's a good sign. So at the moment we're seeing on 1.48 volts for the vids. Let's reset that. See what it goes down to when we kick it off. Okay, still 35. We've lost actually 800 points, or 700 points now. What did we just get up to? So that dropped -3 anyway. This is AVX, remember? So I normally just set the AVX to -3. So it's dropped -3. 86 degrees. So I think that was 84 when I ran this earlier today. So it's not dropped any temperatures. Peak current there was 249 amps out of the 400 available. How much power did it use there? What was the power draw? But it didn't actually get to the 320. That's interesting. So I'm not getting my full 320 anymore. Hello? Why am I not getting my full 320 anymore? P-core power limit exceeded. Oh, see that. But yeah, why am I not getting my 320 watts anymore? Wait, what? Hello? I'm not getting my amps or my watts. Probably why I'm not. Is it thermal? It's not. Can't be thermal throttling at 86 degrees centigrade. So what's the limit here? Limit performance reasons. Well, it is. It's the power. The power's being limited. PL2 and PL3 limited. Looks like it's limiting it in the background. Yeah, this is going to require a load more overclocking playing around. What were the, what did it go down to, the vids there? So it went down to 1.29. It's about normal. I think it's actually not as bad as drop as it usually is. 1.2 something a bit lower. So what's limiting it right now? Because it ain't the wattage, and it isn't the amps, and it isn't the temperatures. What's limiting it? Why have I lost 500 points or so? I'm gonna have to undervolt this thing. I'm gonna have to undervolt it. Yeah, but that's disabled. Well, you reckon it can push it more if it CP's on? Oh, well, no, the CP is different, I think. Or I'm thinking of the C1s. C1Es. No, I don't mind having it on, but I want my performance back. I think I'm going to undervolt. See what happens. Maybe I can take that off by 50 millivolts. Drop it by 50 millivolts and see if it's still stable. Well, I don't know whether this is stable. I've got Prime 95 on here. Should have Prime 95. Let me see if I can just even start Prime 95, or I'm going to blue screen. Downloads. Prime 95. Yeah. Well, it's running. I shouldn't have closed hardware info, should I? I wouldn't be surprised if that is. Oh, hello. Would not be surprised if Prime 95 is currently being Yeah, I reckon that's being, yeah, it's being pro balance, pro 95 right now. Alright, no more pro balancing. Wow, that's underclocking a bit. Look, and then a 5.3 while this is running. What temperatures do we at? 89, 88. So what limit is it hitting right now? Okay, so package power. Okay, so we're hitting the 320 watts right now. Okay, so it is being limited by the power. Obviously, Cinebench wasn't a tough enough test. So we're hitting that now. $90. Be worried if I left this running for 8 hours. V-core, wow, that's really dropping down. 1.1 volts for the drop. Crikey. This is being more responsive than it normally is, which is a good thing. All right, well, this is running. So I say unto you that we should try a little undervolt now. Because before, this was just crashing. Not on these settings, but when I was undervolting. Okay, so let's go back into the BIOS. Well, I can have a look at the CP. Be nice if I could get an undervolt going. I had one going before the latest BIOS. I had it like really big, like 160 millivolts. And then the new BIOS came along and I couldn't even run 50 millivolts undervolting. I never know whether to use a... Oh, I missed it again. I never know whether to use just a static undervolt or the adaptive one. And then there's another one, adaptive with advanced options as well. Let's reboot again. I keep missing the cut off. Just when you think I got everything stable and this computer wasn't going to take up any more of my time and I could just actually go back to the real world, this happened. I'm pressing and holding delete right now. It's just taking ages to train the memory. So I've got the memory fast boot off, haven't I? I am pressing and holding delete right now. Here we go. Yeah, that takes a while, doesn't it? I did have a look at that at one point. I didn't know whether that would do anything. No, I don't want this on. It messes up the timer. I really don't want it on. Right, I want to see if I can undervolt it a little bit. See if I can get away with it. As before, I couldn't even go 50 millivolts, so we're going to try it. So, core voltage mode, we're going to go offset. We're going to go minus by CPU, and we're going to take it down 0.05. Yeah, and try the other modes as well. I mean, there's adaptive plus offset, there's adaptive plus offset plus advanced. This should be fine. That should be fine. I'm not going to touch load line calibration. Every time I tried that, it messed it up. I think it's mode 8 by Auto, which is the very lowest one, well, highest one. They're just on Auto, these. They're just on Auto. I think I'd rather leave it on Auto. Right, let's see if I can get this undervolt working or not. As I said before, the litmus test for this was Prime 95. It would crash immediately if I had any kind of undervolt going on the CPU on the last BIOS. It depends what they've done with their voltage curves. If they're getting on the low side anyway, then I can't go any lower. Auto's disabled by default, is it? I mean, we can have a look in hardware info. Probably list it in there. Definitely list it in throttle stop. Yeah, it's probably in hardware info. Right, so we have a look at Cinebench first. Let this calm down a little bit because it's only about 45 seconds before we run a bench. I don't think the fans are even up yet. Oh, yes, they are. So what we get? So 36,000 was what I was getting earlier today. $36,258. There we go. We've got a bit back there. We've basically just jumped up what, 700 doing that. That little undervolt. Question is it stable? Let's have a look at what the voltage is doing if we run another one. Right, so 1.45-ish, just under 1.45, 1.44. Let's see what it gets to when we do this. What was it, 86 degrees it was going up to last time as well. Yeah, maybe. It's just countering what the other ones do, and then you have to counter that, and then you have to start again with the new BIOS. Right, let's have a look. That went down to 1.275. So remember it was 1.29 something before. Temperatures, we've just dropped from 86 to 81. That has gone down -2 now instead of -3. So that's made a difference to the score basically. It's not underclocking as much under load. It's keeping the clocks a bit higher. So the big question is, number one, is this stable? And then number two, can we be a bit more greedy and then see if we can get higher than 50 millivolts? So like, you can see the offset there, 50 millivolts. So let's try a prime 95 first, because this is what was crashing on the last BIOS at 50 millivolt undervolt. Are we going to get a crash? Well, that's further than they got last time. Seems more responsive, the operating system as well. So we're running at 1.29 at the moment. And we were down 5.6 before, or 5.4, weren't we? We were down to 5.4 before, and we were about 90 degrees centigrade. Look at that temperature now, 79. That's 79 degrees centigrade, whereas we're peaking at 90 before. Oh no, that's saying 93 now. Maybe this is just being slow updating. Yeah, the motherboard's saying 97 right now. Crikey. Okay. Now it's down. Yeah, there we go. There we go. See? Can't undervolt. I can't undervolt. That was only a 50 thingy undervolt. That lasted a bit longer than the last BIOS, but clearly it's not stable if you go 50 millivolts under. Yep. Ay. So back to the BIOS. I mean, is it worth trying 40 millivolts? Is it even worth it? I mean, that's such a small amount, but we did get a decent, was not boosting. I mean, maybe we could try 50 millivolts with, oh, not 500. Maybe we could try 50 millivolts with adaptive plus offset. Maybe adaptive's better. I don't know. Should we have a look? Try adaptive. The sun's just gone down. It's gone very dark in my room. Just gonna put a light on. I guess painful. I might turn off the memory training right now. Should I? Should I? So this is the adaptive one. Why am I getting them up? So what do? Do we go straight into a prime 95 at this point? not really about the score anymore, is it? Well, kind of is. Kind of is about the score as well. $20 hours of stress test for the match. You don't need to do 20 hours. It's taking it a bit far. So is adaptive any better? 36, so same score. Same score as pretty much what we got before. But is Prime 95 going to be stable though? That's the question. Right, so what are we looking at? About 1.45 again, 1.5. That actually looks a bit lower. Well, no, maybe not. Just on idle. Just on idle, it looks a bit lower, but I think I need to put a shortcut for Prime 95 on my desktop, don't I? I have to keep looking for it all the time. Right, is this going to be any better? Well, that's completely frozen. Hardware info 64, that's not updating. 46 seconds is not updating. In fact, my fans aren't even going very hard. Now they are. Okay, that's woken up a little bit now. That's now working again. 5.6 on this. Temperatures 75. It's probably best just looking at the motherboard numbers. 87, 89, 90, 91, 90. Going to stabilize around 90. I have to duck down because there's a oh no, there we go. It's just not stable, is it? You can't do any kind of underclocking. You can't. Undervolting. I missed your stream where you test how best fix FPS so there's low frame delay. How to fix FPS so there is a low frame delay. Low frame delay. Not sure what you mean there. Right, back in here. Okay, so I think undervolting is basically a no-go. Unless we do this and we kind of cheat. Yeah. You reckon it might work if we do that? Because we're getting better numbers and everything else. It's just Prime 95 is just not happy, but Prime 95 is just evil. I was taking it down to 6.4, so it doesn't really matter, but Cinebench was only going down 2, wasn't it? I don't think that's going to make any difference. If Prime 95 is taking it down by 4 or 5 anyway. Yeah, if it's taking it down by 5 anyway, then it's not going to make a difference if I set an offset of 2, is it? It's a drop in the ocean for 5. I just don't think I can undervolt. I just don't think I can do it with this BIOS and this CPU. I don't think I can do it. 10. Yeah, that is why it's training a lot, but given I seem to be messing around with the CPU, I don't know, I think maybe I should be training all the time. Because maybe, I mean, if I'm messing around with the CPU, I'm effectively messing around with the memory controller on it, and then maybe the memory needs to kind of retrain to adjust to the different situation for the memory controller. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Cinebench is fine now. It's the Prime 95, and if I take off that undervolt, it will be fine. I can run Prime 95 for a couple of hours, no problem. If I take it off, but I've lost 500 points on Cinebench, and that upsets me. I'm trying to get it back, and this is the only way I know how to get it back. You tested async, as well as fix FPS in the game. Are you talking about scanline sync versus async? Because I can't remember when I did that. That was a while ago. So I don't have a video specific for that, I'm afraid. I have a guide specific for it, but you have to pay for that. Unfortunately. Right, where are we? So, again, we've gone down 0.4. Should we just run it? I mean, should we just keep running Prime 95 until it breaks? Doesn't break. Alright, so we've got... Right, where's that? Should be around here somewhere. Where's the offset stuff? Offset, hello. Why am I not seeing it? Am I going blind? Oh, there we go. Okay. I did 0.04 didn't I? So why is it saying there are no offsets? Somebody explain that to me. Where's my minus offset? It's gone. No point in running it. Where's it gone? Oy. Now I might turn off the memory fast training, because this is taking a very long time. All right. So, okay, somebody explain to me what's going on. Offset mode by PWM, not by CPU, because I'm a doofus. All right then, try again. Why are you getting readings there before. Were you getting... Yes. Yeah, you get readings there before. But you have to do it by CPU, not by PWM. Oh, Jake, did you leave me any fish, buddy? Jake, did you leave me any fish or did you eat it all? You ate it all. Okay, no dinner for me. Great. Lucky me. Good job, I got some smooth jazz going on. I was throwing things through windows. See, that's really slow again. Why is that slow again? Right, so if we scroll down now, we should have offsets. Ah, there we go. We got offsets. I don't know why it's done 39, but must be the closest it can get to 40. We should have our 320. Wait. There's our power limits, 320s. Okay, let's try that. I want to see what we can get away with. Interesting that second P-core and the third P-core there haven't declocked as much as the other ones, even though I'm not running the C states. Keep them a bit higher. Down to 5.6. 7 at the moment though. One of those voltages dipping down into 1.29, 1.28, 1.27. As I say, if you stop messing around with load line calibration, it really messes. I mean, like you get blue screens just booting up. 1.19. No. Any kind of overclocking, it does not like it. Undervolting. I don't know, maybe I should be messing around with the load line calibration so I could do this. But as I say, if you mess around with the load line calibration at all in this, and it's backwards as well, by the way. So not in my old PC, these would be the kind of where you start at, like 2 and 3, or maybe 3 and 4, right? Now it's backwards, it's all upside down. So I think auto is actually 8, and then 7 is the next extreme one, and then kind of more and more and more extreme. So they've actually done it backwards for this CPU, which is incredibly confusing. But 8 was the only one I managed to get it not to drop too much. We can try 7 now, maybe. See if it keeps the voltage up a bit. I mean, I should be able to undervolt 0.05. I should be able to do that. So maybe go with this and then mess around with the low line calibration a bit. Pretty sure this is not going to let me do it. It's just controlling the droop under load. Seven is what Intel support recommended. Well, let's see what kind of voltages we get. It seems to be anything under 1.2 is unstable. That's from the feel I'm getting at the moment. Might even be higher than 1.2. I need to put this on my bloody... taskbar, don't I? I mean, I'm pretty sure I can't even run a... So, well, 1.4 at the moment. I'm pretty sure I can't even run a Cinebench without this, without it crashing. Pretty sure I can't. And that as well. Alright, reset the average, reset all the stats. 1.43, yeah? Start. Is it... Am I getting an error in here? As I say, 8 was the only one I could get stable, and it was identical results to auto. So we've still lost 500 points, even though I'm undervolting right now, and we got down the minimum 1.246. So the droop wasn't as bad, but look, we dropped, yeah, that's why, 87 degrees centigrade. So we're still undervolting. 0.05, but so the minimum was 1.246. Should we have a look to see if I can make that less of a droop? 1.246. Somebody remember that? I should be writing this down really. I think I was at one point. Wasn't I writing this down? Sure I was doing this. Is it BIOS testing maybe? Yeah, I was. Right, have a look at this. Stream PC. So that's what I was playing with in the last one. So I was trying different undervolts. I was writing down the idle and the lows. But then it wasn't stable in, it was not stable in Prime 95, this. The only one that was stable in Prime 95 was this one. And then mode 8 looked identical to me, to auto there. Mode 6 is not going to droop as much, but did I get a power crash before? I didn't get a crash before. But the temperatures were a lot higher because the voltages stayed up higher. There was less droop, but the temperatures were a lot higher. And this is what I ran last time. V droop, yep. So let's try mode 6. Look at the temperatures. This is what's bugging me. The temperature difference is massive, and then it thermal throttles. So your score goes way down. Look, when I did this test, the only scores above 42,000 were mode 8 and auto, which is I think the same thing. But then Prime 95 crashes. I don't know, maybe we can go mode 6 and then increase the undervolt? I don't know, We're doing a lot of juggling stuff here that we shouldn't even be doing. It's the blooming MSI should be doing this. What that should be happening. Where's the digital power? So maybe even less droop with 6, but then the temperatures are a lot higher, so we need to go higher on the offset. Go big or go home. 100 millivolts. See what that looks like. Go big or go home. Yeah. Well, it boots. So that's the last BIOS. That's not the current BIOS. Look at the temperature differences. I don't think this is going to work. Why is that all in small? I never understand that. Sometimes does that. And there we go. And why does this take so long to initialize the kernel driver? That's running. Okay. Right, so now where are we? We're sitting on idle. We're not on 1.45 volts anymore. Well, look, we're way lower. We're on 1.3-ish. Just on desktop. So this is why we need less of a V droop going on, because we don't really want it going lower than like the 1.2. Let's look back at my chart thing. So under load, so the very top one was me doing no undervolt, auto load line calibration, and that was stable, but it was going down to 1.24. So we know it can be stable on 1.24. So we basically just need it not drooping too much. This might completely just fail. We don't know what the rest of the curve is doing. That's the only other problem. It's not just about the static values, it's the rest of the curve. Oh, yeah, yeah. 36,200. Well, we got our money back. 5.7 again, and that got down to 2.22. It's still on 95 again though. It's running so much hotter. Running so much hotter. Why does it get that hot though? Why are we running low 80s and under load we're pretty much having the same voltage? What is causing that extra 10 degrees centigrade if it isn't the voltage? Are the amps going up further? It's not using up more watts. We're not hitting the watt limit. Watt? Amps. 200 and, yeah, we're not hitting the 400 amps. So we're not hitting the volt, we're not hitting the watts, we're not hitting the amps. And the voltage is pretty much the same under load. But it's 10 degrees hotter. Oh, motherboards, why can't you just talk to Intel like adults and actually just get the information from them? Hey, Craig. Well, unfortunately, we're starting again on a new BIOS. So it's all new territory. And it's not particularly stable. I mean, my idle now is way lower from the 1.47s. And I'm running the 5.9, so that's fine. It's the V droop. Do I go to mode 5? But then the mode 5, every time I go down a mode, it gets hotter. The only modes where this is a decent temperature are 8. 8 is the only mode, and that's the one with the massive V droop. But that's the only one with decent temperatures on the load. Unless I whack up my undervolt even more. It does seem the lower the mode I go, the hotter it gets. So let's go back to 7. Let's go back to 7 and leave this one, this 100 millivolts under. Well, let's see what happens. As I say, these numbers here are my previous BIOS. So, I mean, new territory here, but they kind of give you an idea of what happens when you apply different load line calibrations. The temperature goes up. I was holding delete there. Am I holding a wrong key or something? And what kind of droop we're looking at. I don't think you can have lower load than I really wanted to be done with this. But I've just lost 500 points on my Cinebench score. So there's a new BIOS outcry. A new BIOS. Yeah, it's still beta. The last 4 have been betas. So, load line calibration, where are you? So I think probably, maybe I can get away with 7. But look what 7 does to the temperature. It adds 10 degrees. So then you have to offset that with the core offset. I want to get back to 80 degrees. So 10 on that one. Pretty sure this is not going to work. So we'll go with 7 because there's less of a droop, which is a good thing. Because you don't want too much droop. That's when you get instability, and you want it kind of on an even keel all the time. You don't want it going up and down like a yo-yo. So we got a little bit less droop because I think mode 8 is basically auto. So now it's just a case of how much undervolt do we have to throw at it to get back to the temperatures we want, and is stable in prime 95. I know you can only see a little preview of this, but you're not missing much at the moment, so I'd rather have the chart up. I can keep looking at the numbers. All right. So we're on, instead of 1.45 volts, we're starting at pretty much 1.4 now. Actually, we're minus 100 millivolts. All right, let's have a look at this. Keep an eye on this temperature, see where we get. We want 46,000, which is what I had this morning. But we don't want to be hitting, so 87 at the moment, 86, 87. Well, that's all right. At the moment, temperatures, that's not too bad. So we're over 36. That's good. How much did that drop down to? That dropped down to 1.23, which is typical on lots of those tests. And the peak was 88. So I can live with that. We were 86 earlier, weren't we? Before we updated the BIOS. So I can live with that. I mean, maybe we could go a bit more with the undervolt here. But the more we undervolt, the more unstable Prime 95 is going to be. So this will probably blue screen. See how long it takes to blue screen, shall we? Take bets on how long it's going to take to blue screen. Under 30 seconds? Under a minute? We're down to 1.26 there on that droop. 1.27, that's not too bad. 1.26. I'm going to watch those temperatures. It's hardly underclocked. 5.7s. Two of the cores are still sitting at 5.8s. 1.26 at the moment. Just keep looking back at my chart. I'll zoom in for you. 1.26 still. Temperatures are, that says 99 on the board there. So we're beginning to make, there we go. There we go, was that under a minute? So I think what's probably trying to happen here is after a minute or so, the motherboard's struggling, CPU struggling, and the motherboard's trying to throw more voltage at it, and it can't because we've just undervolted too much. I'm tempted to keep that though. Keep missing the BIOS. These blue screens are definitely not good for it. I mean, it's not like I'm overclocking the CPU here. It's not like I'm going to like 6.9 gigahertz. None of that. Stock frequencies, right? Stock frequencies. And it's still blue screening within 60 seconds of running Prime 95. Stock frequencies. I'll button the temperature up. Didn't we run this before? What was the thing before? What was the thing before? 0.05 with load line calibration of 7. We were going to go with 7, weren't we? Or were we already on 7? We're already on 7. So that was getting 41,619 before this situation. So something is taking away performance, as I say. I don't like these temperatures though. I'm hitting 100 degrees centigrade. Don't want to be hitting 100. I've got two 360mm radiators trying to keep that down. It's just obviously way too much. Let's go again with the Cinebench. Hey batch, trying to get my CPU stable again. Oh, the fun of the fair. Come on, hurry up. Yeah, new BIOS out today. So you start again basically guessing what they've changed on the voltage frequency curves and the load line calibration. You just don't know what they've done, so you have to start all over again. PC does look nice, it does. It looks pretty. At least it looks pretty. 35,897. So this morning on the old BIOS I was 36,000 and something. So whatever they've done in this new BIOS has basically taken away a load of performance. Even though I'm not reaching the power limits or the amp limits. Once again. I'm getting thermal throttling, 86. The motherboard says 86, 87, 86. Oh. It's going down 3 now, look. It's gone down to 5.6 instead of 5.7, so our score is going to be lower. That's the difference, really. So we're 87, so we're pretty much where we started this morning, 87 there. We're drooping to 1.4. Oh, 1.246. 0.246. So that's not too bad. It's about where auto is. So I'm about where the top line is at the moment. Well, I'm in the second line. But I'm running mode 7 instead of LLC. But we've got an undervolt going. Trying to keep those temperatures in line. Look, 0.05. But let's see. Let's start taking bets again. Prime 95. Are we going to last a minute? Are we going to last a whole 1 minute? Ready, steady, go. All right, while that's crashing, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Oh, we're blue screen yet. We haven't blue screen yet. It's been at least a minute. There's 80 on the motherboard. CP doesn't work properly if you undervolt. My board says 80 right now, and we haven't crashed. It's been more than a minute. So the peak temperature is 96 though. 5.2 we've gone down to. I need to close some windows. All the wildlife's coming in. Got a crash by now, surely. 99. Oh, motherboard says 97. Ooh, getting hot. I mean, if we can get 50 millivolts stable, then I'm going to start bumping that up. But because that will lower the temperatures until Prime 95 starts crashing. Yeah, CP. What's flying talking about? What are you talking about flying? I tried to revert back my registry settings and now my PC won't show a picture on the monitor. A picture? I don't know, it's a bit vague what you've just described. Can you be a bit more detailed, please? You can't open a picture. CP in the feature in the BIOS. There's some kind of Intel safety feature that uses the normal CPU vid table work. So if you have that enabled and undervolt, it breaks this feature. So you might want to disable that. Okay. I think they would. I remember what they were actually. I think they were disabled already. I just need to get these temperatures down. Ow. I want my performance back. 100 degrees. Oh, that's just not functional. So even if this is running, this is not functional for me. 100 degrees is too much. I don't want it sitting on 100 degrees. I don't want it. Normally when I run this, it's in the 8, it's about 90. 10 degrees more right now. Okay. I'm not deleting anything. Ridiculous deleting. Right. My temperatures were fine this morning before the new BIOS. They were fine. I've just updated to B1 and now now my performance is worse and my temperatures are higher than what I was running before. Right. Okay. So, I mean, look, default, are these disabled by default? Look, this. So at the moment, these are the last things that were used, right? These are already disabled. CP. So this is the brand new BIOS that just came out from motherboard, from MSI. So they are disabling it by default already. I'm going to go further. I'm going to go more. Oh, no, not that much. I mean, Buildzoid's running a gigabit motherboard anyway, so it's going to be completely different what Asus, Gigabit and MSI interpret this as, because it is really an interpretation still at this point, because Intel is still not giving them the details that they need. They're still doing it, and Intel is still blaming the motherboard manufacturers, but they're still not giving the motherboard manufacturers the actual details that they should be giving them. It's mental. The AC and DC load lines are meant to be the same on the new spec. They're meant to be the same. There. I posted them earlier in the chat. They're meant to be the same, and they're not. So this one that came out, this I think Intel sent this out yesterday or something. Look, it must match AC load line, and they do not match this BIOS. So they haven't obviously seen this for this. So all I can do is set it to the extreme settings, which should be fine for my KS, fine. And look, I mean, CP protection is meant to be enabled, and we've just seen in the BIOS that it's not enabled. We've seen that these don't match. I mean, I'm not running C states right now because that messes up the timer, so I'd rather not run C states unless I have to. But yeah, that's what it's meant to be doing, and it ain't. Yeah, they give them the tool. Well, I don't know. Nobody knows anything about the tool other than the motherboard manufacturers and Intel. Nobody knows anything. You don't know what they've done. It's just a mess. Yeah, I've watched the Buildzoid things already. It's a big fat mess. Right, so what are we undervolting right now? 0.80 millivolts-ish, 79. And we're sitting on idle at 1.4-ish. And let's have a look to see what happens when we press that. Well, Cinebench seems more stable anyway. I haven't had a single Cinebench crash, no matter what settings I've used. I don't know what they're meant to match to, Kagami. Where is that specification? Do I match? I don't know. Are they meant to just put the DC and AC to one of the ones that they are, or the other one, or is it meant to then be something in the middle? I have no idea. You think they're both meant to be 1.1, do you? I don't know. It doesn't say that there. Varies, sees notes. Varies. Maximum of 1.1. Now what do we go up to there? We got up to 92 and we got, we're getting over 36,000 still, that's good. It's a bit hot though. Still another 6 degrees than where we were earlier, but the performance is pretty good. But will it close this and reopen it? Didn't mean to do that. See, 1.1, so I'm running 1 at the moment. You reckon that's where my performance has gone? Because that I'm sure that was 1.1 this morning. So you reckon if I set them both for 1.1, that would be a good thing? Lower values are possible if they match board design and VR capabilities. VR and BIOS load lanes values must match. Ugh. Yeah, I think it was 1.1 this morning. Get your voltage is super high. Yeah. No, I'm not playing with it. I don't care. I'm not playing with it. I can let them sort it out between themselves, between Intel and MSI. Let them sort it out. I'm not trying to fix their problems. I want everything as auto as I possibly can, and I want the temperatures low, and I don't want to have lost the performance I had this morning. I'm not experimenting here. Let them figure it out. Yeah, and I'm going to run a Prime 95. So this was on 0. And this was on 80 millivolts, wasn't it, underclock? Let's see if we get a crash within a minute. 84, 83. It's not wrapped up yet though, so we're fine. I'm not messing with it. I'm not going to mess with it. Let them sort it out. I mean, given that spec that's come out, they're going to have to bring out a new BIOS again. So I'm going to be going through all of this again anyway with a new BIOS because it's currently out of spec. The BIOS that they released, the new one. I'm not changing it. I'm not changing it. I'll play around with the load line calibration a bit, and I'll play around with the undervoltages a bit, but other than that, I'm not changing it. I'm not blowing up my computer trying different things. That's not my job, and I don't want to do it. them sort it out. Let the cards fall where they may, and then I'll get that new BIOS, and then I'll see whether I can undervolt it a bit. So we're drooping. Look at that minimum. That's almost 1 volt minimum there. Did I go into... Is that what's happening? Am I going accidentally into... No, I'm in performance mode the whole time. Why would it be 1 volt? 1.1 right now. That seems very, very low. That seems incredibly low. Normally under load I'm looking at about 1.24. Mind you, that might have been Cinebench 1.24, not Prime 95 1.24. But this seems very, very low right now. 1.1 volts. I better not sneeze, it'll crash. No way this is stable running. How many, what's it? 5.5 megahertz on 1 volt. 1.1 volts. Well, minimum 1. Telling me we're running 5.5 gigahertz on 1 volt. Doesn't sound particularly stable to me. We're at 100 degrees centigrade. So I'm not particularly happy about the temperatures. Telling you, going down a load line calibration bumps up all the temperatures by 10 degrees centigrade. Yeah, this can't be stable. Yeah, but it has lowered the clock. Look, 5.4, 5.5. And we're running at 1.1 volts. Degrading your CPU like this? What, doing what? Doing what, Kagami? What, just having a slight undervolt? And having it, yeah, get that low. I mean, look, you take it off and it goes straight up to 1.4 again. Temperatures are straight down to 40 degrees, so my cooling's good when it's not quite spiking. Yeah, 100 degrees load is not good. I agree with that. I just wanted to see whether it would crash. Okay. I don't really want to undervolt it anymore. I don't know really what to do with this. Do I just take the performance loss from the new BIOS? Do I just take it? It's annoying me. I wasn't going to leave it for that long. I was just seeing if it was going to crash within like 30, 60 seconds. So I don't know. I think we don't go. What the hell is that? Want to eat me? I don't think we do load line calibration at all, because that's adding 10 degrees. Any kind of change in load line calibration from mode 8, which is auto, is adding 10 degrees centigrade. But then any kind of undervolting is then crashing Prime 95. So I can't do any undervolting at all. So then we're back to pretty much defaults. We are back to the defaults. What am I looking for right now? This one. These aren't being hit. They're not being hit, these things under load. Those are disabled, so maybe I should be putting these on, frankly. Because it's in spec, so maybe I should be doing enable for these. Because that's what the spec said. Yeah. No, mode, it's backwards. This CPU is backwards. Yeah, so it's giving the worst V-droop. It's the other way around for my old CPU. They've done it backwards. I don't know. Enable the C states again. These are just all autos. Let's try it again. So pretty much back to where we started now. C state's not needed, but with the C states I get the 6.2 boosts. But the don't get that otherwise. Doesn't make sense. Undervolt crash with mode 8. No. It's doing the mode 8's doing the very least amount against V-droop. I have to go up. I have to go 7.6 to combat the V-droop. As I say, it's backwards. Well, your stream, the stream's going on this is the 99K. This is what this server is right now. This is what you're looking at right now. That was easy to overclock. Easy peasy. So my scores are going to suck now. I'm curious what it's just done. As I say, I was about 36,000 this morning with, bear in mind I've got hyperthreading off. I can get over, I'd normally be over 42,000 with hyperthreading on, but I don't want hyperthreading on because it destabilizes your memory. Oh yeah. 33,000. What? That's with C states on. What? I mean, what just happened there? 30. We've gone from 30, just under 36 to 33 by putting those CEP things on. Wow, we're. It's just Intel are just. Wow. Come on, we're on the desktop right now. These should be peaking up to 6.2. Nothing to do. These should be going up to 6.2 right now, and they're not at all, even though I've put on C states. That's interesting. Where's that gone? What's my motherboard done with C states? Because it stopped you going up to 6.2 now completely. I got C states on. Maybe the CEP then stops that. But that's what they've sold. Intel have sold this processor on the fact that it can go up to 6.2. So if the CEP, if they're saying CEP should be enabled, and that is stopping that doing that, then they've just missold this CPU. What? This is not good. This is not good at all. But those voltages you're seeing here are quite low because we were 1.45-ish before on desktop. So the CEP is bringing those down clearly, or C-states is. I'm going to take off C-states. But look, I'm not getting the boosts. Where are the boosts gone? They've gone. 33,000. What did that? That only got up to 61 degrees centigrade when that ran. Hang on, let me double check. Let me double check what the temperature is when after this runs. Yeah, the voltage is an auto. Yep. This is what I was running this morning on the previous BIOS. Right, is this not running? Come on. Start already. I was about 84 degrees centigrade on this test. We're 81 right now. 81, so it is running cooler. Do you not understand why I'm not going up to 6? Why am I not getting up to 6.2 anymore in the BIOS? There should be no reason why I'm not, these two, 2 and 3, are not going up to 6.2 anymore. Just set lowest performance if there's something wrong with the voltage setting. But we've just put everything to Intel defaults. What their spec recommendations are. So what the? I mean, 5.2. That was getting out to 5.2. We were getting 5.7 here when we were running this test earlier. So that score's a bit better than it was earlier. 82 degrees centigrade. I'm turning off C-states. There's no more 6.2 anymore. I don't have 6.2 gigahertz anymore. All I want is the performance that I paid for. That's all I want. I'm not trying to overclock anything. I'm not trying to do anything. I just want the performance I paid for. I don't think there's anything wrong with the CPU. I don't think I need to send it back and get a new one. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I was getting 42,000, which is a great score in Cinebench. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the CPU. It's just, it's weird that Intel have released things that I've now turned on and now I don't have the 6.2 anymore. And I'm getting a massive reduction. Right, what are we looking at? So I've got the voltage is on auto. So we've got no undervolt at all. And I'm tempted just to take this off, just in case it's doing an extra 2 somehow. 2 on top of the, I don't know. Maybe that's on a curve. And then I'm actually going to disable C-states this time. But down the bottom we've got, where is it? We've got CEP now enabled. I mean, this is for 14th, so maybe I just do auto for that one and just for the 14th. Maybe I've got 2 lots on it or something. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, very nice. But I don't know. I mean, should I be using Intel defaults for the light load control? That seemed to make it more unstable with this. When I did that. Yeah, maybe disable the top one. Yeah, put that one on auto. And auto was disabled before, so maybe having two, I don't know. Maybe you only need to do one of them. It's a weird one. Again, no guidance whatsoever from MSI or from Intel. Completely on your own. So a little old lady that's bought this computer to play Fortnite on wouldn't have a clue. It'd just be basically opening Fortnite and crashing. It's just mental. The whole thing's mental. Ay, 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 ay. Right, so we're at now. Not cheap. It's literally the most expensive thing you can get. It's the most expensive combination you can get, and then the CPU you can get, and then you have to spend a fortune on the cooling because it runs so hot. So it's the opposite of cheap. It's insanely expensive and insanely unstable. It's just basically not fit for purpose out of the box. It's just not. So we're back up to 1.45 volts here on, well, 1.44 for just the desktop. Still no 6.2s, but I think that's related to C states. But before when I turned on C states, this would pop up to 6.2 occasionally on the desktop. Let's see what kind of performance we're getting. We want back it to the, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. All right, run that again. It's gone down to 5.6 at the moment. The best scores were when it was 5.7. Temperatures are good, they're only 80. $31,000, that's even lower than we had before. What the hell? Very nice, yeah.
This one nicer, yeah?
Yeah, I prefer the dress, I'm not sure about the cardigan.
I'm not 100% about the cardigan with this either. I might have to wear a blue cardigan with it.
Yeah. What did we droop down to? We went down to 1.3 volts there. 5.6, but the fact that this is only we've lost 4,000 basically. Why is the CPU at 5 even though the temps are low? I don't know. It's an excellent question. Why is it? I think it's obviously not. It's not thermal throttling. It's not thermal throttling with the ring. No thermal throttling. I'm not hitting the 320 watts. I'm not hitting the amps. Not hitting the 400 amps limit. So why is it going down? Purely because the voltage curve is changing and under load, and it can't sustain those speeds under the lower voltage. So it's the fault of the voltage curve, which is all set by the BIOS. Big oof indeed. Let's run it again. As I say, I was 36,000 this morning on that previous BIOS. So whatever they've added for this new one they've released has nobbled quite a bit of my performance. I physically set them to 5.9. I mean, I could maybe play around with that. A 3.1. I mean, this is so bad. This is so bad. enabling that CEP is just absolutely handicapped it. I mean, nice low temperatures, 80 degrees. Normally about 85, 84, 86. And we're not dropping down too much either. What we were before 1.24 when on the minimum droop. So the CEP is helping with the minimum droop, definitely. But do I need to now overclock the cores to actually get my performance back? It's ridiculous. I'll try one of the overclocks. There's some preset overclocks that MSI did. Let's try one of them. Let's try one. So look, this is new. So you can basically choose what your base is and what you overclock to. So let's go the 5.9 and the 6.3. When I tried this before, by the way, they were all going up to 6.3, not just two CPUs. They were all going up to 6.3. So I don't understand really why it's doing that. But let's give it a go. MSI presets. I don't know what will happen with CEP running at the same time. Should we go back to, I mean, what are we running here? We're running auto for load line calibration. CEP seems to be stabilizing the voltage. The voltage is a bit more. But we've just lost a ton of performance. Voltage offset target 20. Oh, that's interesting. 20. This is all a preset by MSI. Using advanced offset mode and that. Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, maybe FTP's doing it. As I say, the best scores I've seen in Cinebench are when the cores go down from 5.9 down to 5.7. But we were getting way more than that earlier. Let's have a look. See what this is like. No, it's 5.9. It's 5.9 up to 6.2. That's what it's meant to be. It's meant to be 5.9 up to 6.2. So we're actually going up 5.9 to 6.3 right now. Let's have a look. See if MSI know better. They're the 5.9s. So let's leave it. Just leave it. See if it pops up to 6.3 occasionally. Pretty sure it won't. I think the CEP is just stopping it doing it. I think CEP has basically stopped that kind of overboost. Which doesn't make any sense, as I say, because Intel have sold the CPU on that 6.2. And if they're now saying as part of the inspect design CEP needs to be on, and then that's stopping it doing it, then they've completely missold a product. It's not going up, is it? It's just staying at 5.9. This is 1.45. Let's run a Cinebench load. Droop down to 1.298. Oh, 1.3 at the moment, it's sitting there. Yeah, it does. It was working fine on the previous BIOS if I enabled C states. That boost works fine then. We're now down to 5.6s. And what's the score? 31,000. We were 36,000 this morning. and everything was fine. I think I have to take off the CEP. I think I have to take off the CEP. I mean, what? Not getting near the 320 limit. Not getting near 225. Not getting near the 400 amp limit. What are the temperatures in that one? 79. So the CP is doing a great job with the temperature. 80. Great job with the temperatures. It's just absolutely nobbled the performance. Which I don't understand. It makes sense if I could still get the 6.2 boosts, but they're gone with the CEP on. Intel have just contradicted themselves. I mean, the fact that there are two different CEPs there worries me. I mean, which one's the right one? It's ridiculous. What is going on? So I'm going to leave this on. I'm going to leave the 5.9, 6.3. I want to see if I can get this working. I want to see if I can get it working. Where am I now? Everything's moved everything down. There we go. So we're going to go back to auto on the CP support stuff. Hyperthreading's definitely off, isn't it? Yeah, hyperthreading's off. I mean, we're not really doing anything. We're not undervolting, we're not. Auto, everything else. I mean, we haven't really changed very much, to be honest. Just want my performance back. All right, so where we're at now. When I tried this before, it had actually really good performance, but then it wasn't stable in Prime 95. So let's see where we're at now. I'm going to need to close this window. Not going to help the cooling. Well, what are we getting up to? Well, where are my 6.3s? Anybody see my 6.3s? Has anybody seen my 6.3s? We've just... Something is broken since this BIOS. I have not seen any peaks. These have not gone up at all. We've just done basically a manual overclock for boosts to go up to 6.3, and they're just not. Even on the desktop, on the idle. All right, so what are we on? 1.48, so we're a bit higher than normal. Yeah, but we tried that. We put seed states on, didn't we? And they were still not doing it. So something's broken. Come on, 36,000. 35,168. I went down to 1.29. Those dropped to 5.6. And that was 92 degrees centigrade. I think I'm going to install the old previous BIOS at this rate, because this sucks. It was stable. I benchmarked everything. It was good to go. Yeah, exactly. The frequencies don't seem to be determining the scores. Yep. Probably adding a ton of latency, that thing. But I don't like that 92. We're what, 7 degrees higher than what we were previously. And we don't seem to be getting much in the way of performance. So at the moment, I'm almost tempted just to basically put everything to default. Because we lost like 500. Wasn't it? Was it 500? Yeah. Basically the settings I had on the previous BIOS. And just take it, basically. Take the 500 hit on the score. I mean, what we've been playing around with now, we've been taking 5,000 hit. So I think we basically just go disabled on this. Everything default, no undervolting, none of that at all. And then we go, yeah, exactly what I had this morning. But the performance is 500 down. As I say, I'd rather take 500 than 5,000. I mean, that's all pretty much, yeah, that's all pretty much default now, other than C states off and the hyperthreading off. That's it. I'd rather not change hyperthreading on and off, because it changes the number of cores and then that messes up processor 2, it messes up fan control. So I want to keep the same number of cores as I had before. Oh my goodness me, this is so annoying. Load lines now on auto, yeah, which is basically mode 8, which is the worst droop, but wait till the computer calms down a bit, wait for this to go back to settle a little bit, give it a minute or so, get those threads into like 1800s. I think they capped the clocks at 5.6 for the previous BIOS you had, 5.7 or more. Well, not on my KS they didn't. It's 5.9. It's always been 5.9. Always. Never not seen it 5.9. And any of the BIOSes I've installed. That should do. Let's see what we get. So, as I said, 36,000 this morning on these same settings in the BIOS that we're running right now. over 36,000. Which is pretty much all auto. 35,580. So this is why I was upset. So basically, we lost 500 points. I then started going to the BIOS and trying different things. And then we lost 5,000 points, not 500 points. So we've basically gone full circle, and I think I'm just going to have to take the fact that I've lost 500 points and I don't know why with this new BIOS. When I've got all the same limits set, all the same settings set. It's obviously just a bit more conservative than the previous BIOS I was running. What's it drooping down to? Running 5.6 at the moment. Why is that running 5.6? Okay, that's the minimum. So yeah, the best scores have been 5.7s, so I don't know how we're going to get back up to 5.7. I might try a teeny tiny little undervolt. I mean, that's maybe a teeny tiny one, because when we did that, I did that MSI kind of overclock thing. That was using 20 millivolt underclock, wasn't it? And I know 0.5 crashes Prime 95, so I know it does that. But look at the temperatures now. 82, that's fine, and we're only 500 or so away from. So yeah, if I do that, I get over 36, but it crashes Prime 95 within a minute. So I think I need to go a little bit lower. So should we just keep trying our luck, basically? I think we tried 0.4, didn't we, before, and it still didn't help. It's a real fine line. So maybe 0.3. Might be able to get away 0.3. Should we try 0.3? Seems to make a big difference in the score and the temperatures by undervolting, even just a tiny amount. But then it's the stability under heavy load that's not good. I mean, the game would never notice it. I'd be fine in game, but I still want that stability. And Prime 95 is just nasty, especially with AVX on. I think I was, what did I have? I had AVX set to, offset set to 2, didn't I? In my old BIOS, I think I had it set offset to 2. I mean, Cinebench is AVX, and Prime 95 is AVX, so. What are we doing? We're going to do the teeny tiny undervolt. Teeny tiny one. Oh, hang on. Hello. Okay, try that. So we can get that stable. World's tiniest undervolt. Null delta to the, yeah, power limits. That's where you get the better score. Yeah. Honestly, where are you going to meet that heavy load? It is unreasonable, you're right. I just don't like it. Being able to crash it, I don't like that. It should be fine. Again, it goes back to, I've paid for this, it should be fine. Should have a little bit of headroom to undervolt. I should have some headroom to undervolt. Because if I don't, then somebody with a really bad, Dylan, thank you very much, mate. Send me your Discord thingy. I'll add you to the latest thing. Hang on, see if you already sent it to me. You sent it to me? No, you haven't yet. That's just, what are we doing? You've just distracted me massively. Okay, I need to open that to find out your ID, don't I? Because you probably have sent it to me, but it only appears as stream elements, not the actual thingy jiggy. Right. Oh yeah, gotcha. I'm adding you now. Adding you right now. Added you to that one. Should be in the guide, and then I'll give you the Fortnite one. I'm still working on the Fortnite one. I'm trying to get as much content as I possibly can into that new Fortnite pack and guide. There you go. Should be in. Let me know if you're not. Make sure you can see it, everything. Should be full access for life. And thank you very much again. Right, what are we doing? That distracted me. So we are, what, we're doing 30 millivolt undervolt. See, there. Voltage offsets. Why is it not doing the IA one? Well, that's weird. It's only doing the I'm sorry, it should do both of those. Why is it doing a plus on this one and a minus on this one? What is going on with this BIOS? They should both say minus. What is going on with this BIOS? Honestly, I'm going back to my previous one. This is so weird. Yeah, maybe I did it by PWM instead of CPU again. I sometimes do that. I do it so fast, I forget that I need to change it by minus CPU, not by minus PWM. It's not like I'm changing a million things. I'm hardly changing anything. Let's have a look. No, it's by CPU. Offset mode by CPU. What is going on? What is going on? As if this wasn't hard enough, the blooming... I'm going to go extreme here and go -1. So, offset mode. Minus by CPU. I'm going to go extreme here. And as I say, they both should be minuses. They were like that yesterday. What is going on with this BIOS? Oh, yeah, well, it's adding it to the IA. Is it going to boot? No, it's fine. I can go really high. It's only under heavy load that it's not good. I'll get a really good Cinebench score right now. It'll be fine. Prime 95 is the problem. I'll probably be nearly 37,000 right now. But what's worrying me is, as I say, what? There we go. But why isn't that coming up? Okay, never mind. I'm curious what the score is going to be when I run this, but it'll be a really good score. Oh no, it's too much. See, that's the kind of thing. It's not a blue screen, but that gives you an indication of you've gone too far, mate. Dial it back a bit. Honestly, you test needs to be Unreal Shader compilation, yeah. That would be nice. Yeah, Prime 95 is absurdly demanding. Especially if you leave it, I mean, CPU overclockers say leave Prime 95 running for at least 8 hours to prove stability. It's like, bloody hell. How much power is that gonna, how much money is that gonna cost me in electricity and cooling? But apparently, CyberPower, who built my PC, they say they run a synthetic test that's more demanding than even Prime 95 before they actually ship it to you. Wait, have I done this? Oh, am I in my sleep? I need to go back to the BIOS. Forgetting what I've done. What's the underclock I've got on at the moment? Did I not change it? Yeah, the impact. Did I not change it? What? No, I forgot to change it. I just rebooted and then forgot to hold delete. All right. I wish there was a way of you could just go straight to the BIOS from restart the operating system. I mean, you can go straight to the recovery mode by holding shift when you reboot, but you can't go straight to the BIOS. There's a go to BIOS functionality in MSI, but you have to shut down first, then hold the power for 4 seconds. Right. So let's go back to that 0.03 because we didn't actually test it, did we? Yeah. Let's just assume it's being weird. See what we get. I think we've got Linpack. Isn't Linpack in OCCT? Isn't Linpack in there? There were a list. This all started with a list of things, applications that the 14900s and 13900Ks couldn't deal with. And Prime 95 was on there, Cinebench was on there, and Unreal Engine was on there. I like OCCT. I think I've got it installed on here. All right. So let's see where we're at first. Let's run a test first. I need to wait for the computer to kind of boot up a little bit longer because, as I say, there's background activity as it's starting up. Get those threads down a little bit. So there's not 9%, 11% background activity. And wait for the fans to hook up. Right. So I'm hoping this will still be over 36,000. Maybe I can counter the performance loss with a teeny tiny underclock. So maybe all they've done between these two BIOSes is just bump up the voltage. and then I can undo that with a tiny undervolt. 36,135. So I'm back over 36,000. But then, as I said, the question becomes, what happens to Prime 95? In a way, it's quite good, Prime 95, in that I know if there's a problem, it's going to crash in the first few minutes, and I don't have to wait a couple of hours. I have had Prime 95 crash after about 45 minutes though before, which is annoying. Alright, let's keep an eye on this. 1.45 volts, bit over, that's fine. Reset the clocks, 38 thingy there. Run this, and then watch the temperatures and watch the droop. And watch the P cores as well. So it's just gone down to 5.6. We've lost our 5.7. Yeah, it's hovering between 5.6 and 5.7 at the moment. So 81 degrees centigrade, that's good. .257 is drooping down to. I mean, that looks alright to me. I'm almost tempted to get a bit greedier. Keep these to 5.7s. But is it going to survive more than a minute of this? Put this back on again. Is it going to survive it? And what's my temperatures going to do? Temperatures probably be alright, given that the Cinebench ones. It's gone straight up to 85, 88, 92, 94, 85. I can't see over the top. I have to look through 2 tubes. Our single core takes forever to run. It takes like 5 minutes to blooming run. Yeah. Not a quick test. Even at 5.9, it's not a quick test. So we're drooping now down to about 1.28, 1.26. So that's better than the 1.24s we were seeing before. So I think we might be able to get away with a little bit more. Oh no, it just went down to 1.2 there, look. 1.15. Really struggles to throw more voltage at it, doesn't it? Temperatures are 92, that's fine. Happy with that. We're not hitting the 100 degrees centigrade anymore. Oh, there we go. There we go. Can't run it. Can't run it. Yeah. So we can't run that one. Let's go a little lower. I mean, that's tiny. That's such a small undervolt. I might just start with Prime 95 to see if it can be a bit more stable. Yeah, not enough voltage crash, yeah. But then if I change the load limit, the load line calibration, it's just pumping another 10 degrees centigrade into it somehow. Even by one step, it pumps an extra 10 degrees centigrade worth of voltage between 8 and 7. may be able to get away with 7. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening. Not enough voltage critical crash. That's exactly what's happening. So I have to stop it drooping so much. But then I get tons and tons. There's no degree between 8 and 7. .46. Let's go straight in there. I mean, these are the. That's what I'm thinking. Should I go from mode 8, which is auto at the moment? Should I go to mode 7, load line calibration, and then just try and increase the undervolt? Because it's kind of in between the two at the moment. The difference between the load line calibration is pumping so much more voltage in. Night, honey. Okay. The AC/DC load line is doing some kind of undervolt by itself. I don't know. I mean, we're seeing a 1.2s at the moment, so we're not getting. Oh, there was a 1.1 there. Looked like it's stable for a few minutes, and then the voltage. Well, it depends what the test it's running. So obviously, this is a mixed test. So probably when it gets to the AVX stuff, it then is more demanding, and yeah, that's what happens. I think we have to do. I think I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and go to mode 7. So either I don't undervolt, or I go to 7 and undervolt quite a bit. Mode 7. It just doesn't seem to have any headroom at all for undervolting with everything on auto. This doesn't seem to have anything. So I think I could probably bump that up massively if I go with a higher load line calibration. Because I swear we're on 8 at the moment. So if we went to 7, and then we did more undervolting to get the temperatures down. Do it this way. Like that. It's kind of finding an extra degree. It's stopping it drooping so much, but then we're having to roll undervolts to keep the temperatures down. Yeah, I can't, it doesn't tell you which cause. I'd have to change all the tests to do them one at a time to see which one's doing it, as opposed to the blend one. Right, so try this. So we're stopping the droop happening more with this, but that will bump up the temperatures by 10 degrees centigrade. So we're increasing the undervolt to try and compensate against that. Yeah. Trying to basically find a mode between 8 and 7. I need like 7.5. Maybe I can do that with the offset. But that is drooping way too much. And that load line calibration is, I mean, unless it is the AC/DC stuff, again, I don't really want to play with that. These are the two tools I've got. Load line calibration to stop the droop, undervolting to stop the extra temperatures. So now we should have less droop. I don't know why that's small. Why it does that. But didn't we go down this road earlier and the performance was awful? We lost way more than 500 points. Pretty sure we did last time. So now we're on 1.4. Yeah, so we're starting at a lower level. Instead of 1.45, we're on 1.41. But there'll be less droop because we've increased the load line calibration. Can you set the to Intel defaults and check what's been set? You know, I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I don't know there's a way of doing that, to be honest. You can't. Where do you measure that? Everything's volts, RPM, degrees centigrade. Nothing's milliohms. There's no milliohms anywhere there. You're in the dark as soon as you start messing around with that. You're completely in the dark. Don't want to do it. All right, let's have a look at this voltage. So as I say, we're hovering around 1.41 now instead of 1.45, but the droop should be better. So hopefully we won't be getting down to the 1.1s. Oh, didn't mean to do that. 5.7s. We're not 5.6s right now. But remember the score plummeted last time we tried the load line calibration stuff. Or did it? 36,000. All right, that's better. And the lowest we got there is 1.2. But the temperatures are still 89 compared to 86, which we were earlier. So ideally, I'd like to increase that offset a bit more than 0.7 to combat that temperature and get actually better performance. But my concern is the Prime 95 is gonna crash. Keep an eye on that V-core stuff. 1.28 at the moment, but that is updating. 1.26. It's when it gets down near 1.0, so that's where I think it's just going. 1.25. So it looks like the droop's better. It's not drooping into 1.0s, is it? 1.25 at the moment. Oh no, 1.1. Whatever test this is running right now, 1.16. 1.17, 1.16, 1.15. Yeah, bye bye. 1.17, 1.18. It did go down to 1.12. Oh, this might be borderline. See, if I undervolt more now, that's going to be that minimum 1.12 is going to be lower. Unless again I go up another level with the load line calibration to reduce the droop. It's hanging by a thread, 97 degrees centigrade. Oh, the motherboard says it's 80. Motherboard says, oh no, it's just gone to 99, 97, 98, 97, 96, 97. Hey Bill, are you playing tonight? It doesn't look like it, mate. Sorry. I haven't got anything stable, so I need to get it stable before I start playing. I mean, I'm at 100 degrees centigrade right now, So I have to go more undervolt, but I'm not going under 1.1. So again, my only tool here to stop that droop is load line calibration. On and off for about 3 hours. Yeah, it's been... I wish I'd stayed on the previous BIOS. I'm tempted to go back to it. I don't know what they've done, but I've just lost a load of performance. And I can't chew my way out of it, it seems. Yeah, it's the new BIOS that's messing me up. So there's a new one that came out today that is a new one. So I've been running that, and the performance has gone down. Yep, it's the 1B1, the 1B1 one. Is there a 1B3? Can I have the 1B3, please? So, as I say, my only tools here are trying to bump up that load line calibration to 6. I mean, we could go crazy here in 5 to stop it dropping. I think that's just gonna majorly mess up the temperatures. Like that. So I'm going up with one and down with the other, and I'm trying to get to like a balance in between to the bit that's stable. Yeah, so I was on 1A3 this morning, and I'm on 1B1 now. We didn't crash. Yeah. I just don't want those ridiculous temperatures. I want to be running, I normally run Prime 95 about 92 degrees centigrade. It shouldn't be getting up to 100. But the more I use this digital power load line calibration to go down numbers, the higher the temperatures are getting. Which is going to be adding, adding instability in itself. Temps are garbage. Yeah. So the only thing I can do for temps is doing a bigger undervolt. So we want it drooping less, but we want it we want it drooping to a point where it's about early 90 degrees centigrade, not 100s. So say we go up with the load line and down with the undervolt. So this should be the least amount of droop we've tried so far. 5. I can't even remember what we had last time for 5. What did we have for last time for 5? Let me have a look. Last time I tried mode, I don't think I've ever tried. I've tried mode 3 before. I've never tried mode 5. Power crash. But you can see, look, as the mode goes from 8, you can see that it's under load, it goes from 1.4 to 1.23, and then 7 it doesn't go down as much, 1.3, and then 6 it doesn't go down so much, 1.34. So the load line calibration's helping, stopping it going down to crazy numbers. But that's adding temperature. And then we get a load of thermal throttling. So currently we're undervolting by a whole 100 millivolts, sorry. Currently undervolting by a whole 100. But it shouldn't droop as much. Ready? Yeah, that blend of all of the above, it does. I don't know what order it's doing these in, this is the thing. I mean, I could disable the AVX2, but then it's not a proper test. How do I get that back again? How do I get that back again? I've just messed this up. Is that the window? How do I get this back again? No. How do I get back to the menu of what I choose? Oh, no. Okay, there we go. Don't do that, please. Alright, resetting. So 1.3. Let's see how much it droops now with mode 5. Should be a lot less. Or it might crash. 1.2. Temperatures are immediately 95, 90, 91. I just want it drooping a lot less. Sorry, I'm going to go back up to this one. It's hard to balance. It is hard to balance. Thank you for subscribing, Chan Chan. Welcome to the stream. We are trying to get my 14900K S to be stable on the new BIOS that MSI brought out today. And it's not even the fully Intel compliant one, so... Oh look at the voltage, 1, it just went to 1. So that, I think you're right, it's not keeping up with it. Even load line calibration is not keeping up with it. Look at the V cores. Okay, well the V cores aren't drooping that much. Maybe I should be looking at the V cores more. I think I probably should be looking at the V cores, not the VINs. CPU's at 100%, 100 blooming degrees. I think I should be watching the V cores, not the VINs. If anything, look, it's under heavy load now and it's almost gone back to desktop. Have I done this the right way around? Yeah. And that just went down to 1.27, so that just drooped. .25. It's running. Running, but it's running incredibly hot. I just don't think this is sustainable. It's just so hot. Well, we've got core thermal throttling. We're down to 5, well, we've dropped down to 4.9 from 5.9. So we're getting a massive amount of thermal throttling. Don't want thermal throttling. It's not an option. Don't want it. I just don't want it running hot. Plus, when I'm in game, I want it running as... I want the temperatures in the 50s and 60s at the most. I don't want them in the 70s and 80s. It's going to cause loads of FPS problems and lag. But the more we go, the more we stop it drooping, the hotter it's going to run. power, please. Right. Why can't I see digital power? I'm blind. There we go. I don't know. Who was it on earlier that said, yeah, 8 gave the best temps? So I need like 7.5 is what I need. But didn't we try 7 and we couldn't even get down to 0.2 or something? Is that what we tried? It just was drooping way too much. Yeah, but again, 8's the... I think I'm just going to have to bite the bullet here. 8 gives 10 degrees less than the other ones. As soon as I go to 7, it's what? Well, you can see the temperatures. Look. So as soon as I go between 8 and 7, it goes from 86 to 96. So I think auto is 8. That's what I think auto is. I think auto is 8. I'd rather be running lower temps, especially in game. Especially in game. But does that mean, I mean, we tried 0.02, didn't we? And we couldn't even, that failed. Did that fail? I think we've tried this one already. That's going to be even worse. Because if you look at the chart, look at the thing there with 7, yeah, both of them had 0.05 undervolt between 8 and 7, those two lines there. And look at the temperature difference, 86 to 96. That mode, going one level down, adds 10 degrees centigrade. I think I need to keep it in auto. I think I need to keep it in 8. We've tried this already, right? We tried this. Yeah, level 8 with no undervolt is fine. That's what I normally run, but I've lost 500 points in Cinebench, which is what I'm trying to get back. So I can the minimum I've been able to undervolt so far is 0. But let's see if 20 millivolts and then 10. Let's see if we can do 10 to get it back. I don't know. Might be able to do 10 to get it back. I know Prime 95 will be fine with no undervolt and level 8. It'll be fine. Because that's the default that I've been running the whole time. That passes hours of Prime 95 on the previous BIOS. I would like a tiny, tiny little undervolt to get that performance back. Just a tiny one. Teeny tiny one would be lovely. $36,000 with 85 degree temp, around 80 degree temperature. We're 79 right now. 79, 80, 81, 79, 78, 79. It's peaked at like 81 right now. So I suspect this will be a good score. Oh, 35,000. What? That sucks. Why is it 35,000? Maybe because the computer was still starting up. Maybe. Well, we're only like a minute and a half in. That's probably why. Okay, it's trying to start all the services and everything in the background still. Let's give it a little breathing room. Get this down to about 1800. Oh, so much fun for everyone. Oh, you guys can't see now. I've got to remember to keep going back. So yeah, I think that was a low score because we've only just started the computer up. Got to give it 2 minutes or something. Those threads should be coming down now. 2%, 4%. Right, let's try running it again. Five six though. 5.7, 5.6. I just. Yeah, 35,300. See, that sucks. That should have helped a bit. Certainly helped with the temperatures, like 80 instead of 86. Curious what Prime 95 will do. Right, let's watch the V cores this time, not the 1.45. This is test one. Lucas Lamer iteration. Hey Grecky. Oh, I'm struggling with this new BIOS today. The new MSI BIOS came out this morning. I've just installed it and it's slightly worse performance, which is annoying me with the same settings. So I've been trying to get that performance back a little bit by a tiny, teeny undervolt. And it's crashing Prime 95. I'm trying to find a kind of in between where I get the performance back, good temperatures, and not crash Prime 95. No, because we're not hitting 3. We're not, well, are we actually hitting it? I don't think we're hitting it. Are we hitting the limit right now? Okay, we are hitting, yeah, we're hitting 3, well, are we? There we go, so 320, and right now we're sitting on 307. We have hit 320, but right now we're hitting 306, 299. So the limit is 320. But, I mean, upping the wattage is certainly not going to help temperatures. Let's have a look at the V-core stuff. That hasn't drooped. Well, it drooped a little bit, 1.1, but let's have a look at the V-cores. 1.28 at the moment. It's gone down to 1.17 at one point. But it seems relatively stable on Prime 95. It's lasted longer than it did before, doesn't it? I saw a CPU optimization active L3 and L3 cache. Can I send you the link on Discord? CPU optimization active L2 and L3 cache. What you normally, to get those faster, all you can do is increase the ring ratio. Is that what it is? Before BIOS update, you can always back up your current profile. No, when you do a BIOS update, yeah, I think they're BIOS version specific. But we've put it back. I've got the old version. I've got the old BIOS still and my old overclock profiles on a memory stick, so I can go back. But I made a video. I went through every single setting while I was online, and then we reset everything the same. So everything's the same. Ring ratio overclock, yeah. So I think my ring ratio at the moment is 4.5, and I think I can go up to 5 when I tested it, but it didn't really help with performance very much in game. I was hoping it would to make memory a bit faster and unlock a few more FPS. I think I did a benchmark on it actually. I might, shall I see if I can open this without crashing it? Multitasking, let's see if this actually works. I did a bench on 50 ring. Where is it? Might have been on the other environment. Oh no, look, 50 ring. Here we go. So, which one matches with that one? So that's 50 rings, and then I did this one afterwards, I think. I think they're the same. So 50 ring was a bit better, a little bit better, but especially on the 0.1% lows, but I don't think it was particularly stable. I think that's the reason I went back to the default 45. Oh, in Windows. Okay, yeah, stick that in the suggested tweak section. I'll take a look. I can take a look. But yeah, I did try 50 ring instead of 45. This seems relatively stable right now. We're running 89 degrees centigrade. What have we peaked at? We've peaked at 91. That's way better than the 100 we were maxing out, isn't it? So I think we're getting away with 20 millivolts. I think we're getting away with 20 millivolts. We're on the second iteration. Look, we're doing a second. We're going to test 2 now. So it's past test 1. All right. So was 30 a no-go? Was 30 a no-go? I can't remember. I should be writing all this down in the chart, really, like I did before, but it's a bit tricky talking to you guys and doing that, and then that, and I haven't had dinner, and it's 10:30. I'm struggling to multitask. Yeah, it's one-time purchase. Yeah, so you can get the latest guide and the next one and the next one and the next one and the next one. So as I find things out, you get them. Yeah, it's not a particularly high paywall. It's just a way of trying to discourage people stealing my work, really, and then charging for it. It's the only way I could think of doing that. So sorry, you guys have to go through that. It's not a particularly high paywall. Right, so let me think. What are we doing? We're doing overclocking. We're going to go 0.25. Don't know. Wasn't 0.03 too much and it crashed? Or were we trying something else at the time? I think 0.3 was bad for Prime 95. Should we just go that and straight into Prime 95 and see if we can run it for a couple of minutes? Should we try that? P1 to 340 again. I don't know. I don't think that's the problem. Well, you think it's running out of power and it can't keep the voltage up because of it? Do you think that's the reason? I'm not bothered about the scores. As long as I have the same scores as I had before, that's fine. It's more about, I don't know, I'd like to do a little bit of an undervolt. I'm going to see if I can go straight into P95 here. If Prime 95 crashes, I'll then try 25 millivolts. Shouldn't really be going this fine level, but what was that running? 91, wasn't it? 91 degrees centigrade. Because the more I go up on that undervolt, the lower the temperatures are going to be. The better the score's going to be. I don't even need to check it. I just know they're going to be better. That is a direct correlation. The more you can undervolt, the better the scores will be and the better the temperatures will be. $91 max. Okay. So let's take a peek at this. Okay. All right, keep an eye on these. Core temperatures. And what else do we want to keep an eye on? Yeah, we're getting 0.3. But the the V-core might drop a lot more. Well, it won't droop more, it'll just, when it droops, it will be lower than when it droops before because of the undervolt. I'm considering buying a roll when I have the money because I think it's worth to keep it up. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, it'd be different if I was charging like £20 every time I did a new guide, but it's basically, I mean, how quickly do I come out with new guides as well? I think I only started them about, when did I start? 6 months ago or a year ago maybe, and I'm already on version 72, so I'm coming out with new ones quite regularly. It's not like I'm basically going to get everyone behind a paywall and then never update the guide. So yeah, the updates happen fast and furious. Normally do a new guide at least once a month. Oh, there we go. So 0.3, no go. 0.2 seems all right. So I think we'll go with the 0.2, given I probably should have some headroom anyway, especially when the weather gets warmer. So let's try and go with the 0.2 and see if we can do anything else with that. God, fine details. These are tiny amounts. Okay. So that seems to be our headroom there. Anything else we can do? Maybe up the ring ratio? That can actually help stability sometimes. Yeah, I could do 0.25, but as I say, I think I need a little bit of headroom. Okay, as you suggested it. Should we try and up the ring ratio a little bit? As I say, it's 445, I think, at the moment. Ring ratio min. Is that a good one to set, or should I just hard set it? I mean, adjusted ring ratio right now is 2.9, so it's obviously adjusting it. If I set it at like 5, pretty sure it's going to make it more unstable. Ring ratio min. Do I want to go min? No, I think we do that one. I don't know, 4.9 or something. Have it 10 lower than. I don't know. I kind of want to go 5. I think 5 is the maximum for my CPU. Pretty sure 50 is the maximum. But I'm not sure how stable this is going to be. We shall soon find out. Go for 48. So I'm being greedy. I want to start with the greedy amount and then kind of work my way down, as opposed to start with the cautious amount and work my way up. It's the greedy approach. Yeah, I normally go -3, but the P cores go up and down like yo-yos. So, and then it's also the same ring ratio for the E cores, which are running at 4.5. So you've got some running at 4.5, some running at 5.9, and then a ring ratio kind of in the middle. As I said, it's normally 4.5 for those, I think, on the desktop, and then. So and I think 50 is the kind of max. So you can't go -3 of 5.9 because then it's miles away from the E cores. Yeah, it's a messy BIOS and it's a messy CPU. It's just made them so overly complicated. It's so easy to overclock my i9 9900KF. It's easy peasy. They've just made these so complicated now so that they can get these 6.2 gigahertz and yes, bigger benchmark scores than AMD. It's just become ridiculous. They've just made them so overly complicated. So let's have a look at what ring ratio we're running right now. But ring ratios, well, it's pumping more voltage in, I guess. So, but it can help stability. So where's my ring ratio? It's a ring clock 5 now. So I'm running ring ratio of 5, and I'm pretty sure that was 4 before. So the ring ratio is now 5. Let's see what that does. And we've got a 0.25 undervolt. Yeah. Where are we? Where are we? Where's my undervolt listings? There we go. 1.25 undervolt. Okay. So let's see what this does. It might just crash Cinebench straight out of the box. Wincing. What's my... yeah, your V-core is way too high, Grecki. This CPU right now, what I'm streaming to you on is my old gaming PC. I think I'm running 1.34 volts, all core for 5 gigabytes for the KF. That's way too high voltage. 35,000. So upping that core clock did not help, did it? We dipped to 5.6. Temperatures are 81. That's not bad. Temperatures are still 81. So the ring ratio doesn't seem to help very much with the scores. But I think it did help with the lows. Look, let me show you. Let me show you. I know I'm going to the streaming PC right now, but I'll show you my overclock on this one. So this is my old gaming PC, yeah, which I'm streaming to you on right now, which has been overclocked, completely stable on everything for like 4 or 5 years. 5 gigahertz, all core. 5 gigahertz, all core, 1.34 volts. Static overclock. Memory is overclocked. Well, it might be actually yeah, I think it's 1.34 I've got it set at. Been rock solid. I can run it 8 hours, easy peasy on Prime 95. Hyper-threading off helps, by the way, stabilize these. So, turn off your hyper-threading, disable your hyper-threading, but worth doing. And actually, you can't really see that very well, I apologise. My head is in the way. Hang on. I didn't realise my head was in the way. Let's move that more a bit central. See that a bit better? Lowers the scores a bit, yeah, but your hyper-threading is disabled. I like to keep it enabled because when I'm playing games, my CPU is capped at 100%. So it's hitting 100%, is it? So you put hyper-threading on to have a bit more cores. Actually, no, I've got hyper-threading on right now. Look. I've actually put it on. Forgot I put it on. When I was testing, before I switched over to the new PC, I was actually testing hyper-threading and I forgot to turn it back off again. So I'm actually running all hyper-threading here. Forgot I was doing that. What do you think about disabling pre? I've tried that before, Wabby. It doesn't do anything. I've benchmarked it. It doesn't do anything. It's worse performance. Tried it before. Right. Anyway, I hope that's informative to you. So 1.34 volts. Right, anyway, we need to get back to what we're doing, otherwise we're going to be here till midnight. What was I doing? Apart from falling asleep from this music. Oh, I need to put that back on again. So, what did we decide? The ring didn't really improve the performance. The temperatures are fine though. Let's see what that ring ratio does to Prime 95. Everybody wince. Everybody hold their breath. Upping the ring clock. What do you think about unrestricted clock policy and no ECC in NVIDIA? Again, you're playing with NVIDIA settings that I don't play with. I don't use the profile inspector. I spent probably spent about 2 weeks messing around with the profile inspector ages ago. And for Fortnite, literally nothing does anything in there. Because Fortnite is a CPU bound game. So, just anything I messed around with, kind of the memory profiles, anything, nothing helped. So I stopped using it. Stopped using it. The only thing I do for GPU now is disable dynamic P states, and that does actually make a difference. It's the only thing that's worth doing for Fortnite. If I played a more GPU bound game, I'd disable dynamic P states and I'd do a small overclock on the GPU. But messing around in Profile Inspector, no. I've wasted far too much time in that thing. Check Prime crashed. Am I frozen? I have frozen, you're right. The screen has frozen. Oh, I haven't had one of those for a while. That's that ring ratio for you. Should we take that down a little bit? I don't think it helps much. I think having it on auto, if there was like an offset and I could kind of go +2 or something, I think I'd do that. But there's not really an offset. Should I go to 48? Should I do as I was instructed and try 48? Oh, la, 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 la. Again, too greedy. So, as I say, it's 45 by default. Try 48. No, I mean, you don't want to lower any more graphics than performance mode in Fortnite. Again, it's not the problem. The problem is the CPU can't prepare frames quick enough for the GPU. That is the problem in Fortnite. What the GPU does, all the GPU has to do is display why am I doing that? What the CPU has told it to, it's prepared the frame. So the GPU is pretty dumb. It just does what it's told, and it's very fast at doing it. And so, taking down the graphics levels in Fortnite, it's already pretty basic in performance mode. It's just about preparing the frames quicker. That one. Ring down bin should be disabled. Ring down bin. That's on auto at the moment, I think. I think it is disabled, isn't it? But if you set it to the actual amount, I think that, doesn't that automatically get disabled? Doesn't make sense. It's just, it wouldn't, it's not ever, because if I look at hardware info now, it sits at, I don't think it can go lower than 48. I don't know what would happen if I put it in balanced mode. Yeah, Fortnite, you optimize the BIOS, you optimize the power plan, you optimize the CPU, you try and reduce the amount of distractions the CPU is having from the background activity, and yeah, you make the RAM as fast as possible. And then the AMD X3D chips cheat by having a ton of L3 cache, which is 8 times faster than your DDR5 is going to be able to manage. And then they get a ton more FPS. So if you're a comp player for Fortnite, playing FNCS endgames, you want an AMD X3D CPU. This doesn't matter what megahertz I run this at, the speed at which it can communicate with the memory that's miles away for DDR5 compared to the glued on AMD X3D L3 cache, 96 megabytes, it can't compete. Can't compete. Nowhere near as fast. Yeah, AMD whips my computer. I'm a bit upset about that. Spent a fortune on it, but for my purposes, I don't play FNCS endgames. So all I care about is a solid 360 FPS, which is this thing, and low latency. And Intel will have lower latency than AMD. So for my purposes, this is much better than the X3D. But I'm still annoyed that I can't then use it for FNCS scrims. I'm still annoyed at that. But not that I need it, I just kind of want it. All right, anyway, what we're doing. So we've got a ring ratio now of 4.8. What happens if we go into balance mode? I'm just curious. What happens if, oh, hang on. Right, we're in balance mode. What happens to the ring ratio now? Okay, it's gone down to 3:1. 3:7. 1:0. That's really low in those clocks. Look at that. What's my temperature right now? 31. Yeah, it keeps waking them up, sending them to sleep. Go back to this, we're back into the 4.8s instead of 4.5. So it's just, we've gone up 300 megahertz for this. No, honestly, it's not. It's not. Look at my benchmark results, right? Look at this. I can't compete with the AMD L3 cache when I can't. I'm on 7,400 RAM right now, and it's nowhere near as fast. Look, the easiest way of looking at this, right? Have I got this up? Have I got this up, right? Where is it? Have I got this up? No, I need that. What did I do with that? When I was doing my memory overclocks, what did I do with that? Here, was it documents? Was it in my other environment? It might have been in my, no, I think it was in this environment. Where is it, where is it, where is it? I want to show you the memory speed benchmarks for L3 cache compared to DDR5. And it's literally 8 times faster, the L3 cache. L3 cache is 8 times faster than DDR5, and no matter whether you go from, if you're over 8,000 or not, you're not going to go up 8 times the amount of bandwidth. Not happening. They're different ballparks. It can't compete with L3 cache. It can't do it. No, stop, please everybody stop telling me to get a different motherboard. I can't do that. Here we go. Right, so have a look at these. So this is, where is it? What am I running at right now? I'm running in this one right now. So if you look at the bandwidth, this is a OCC bandwidth test, right? And latency test. Look, this is DDR5 running at 7,400. So 67 nanoseconds of latency and 115 gigabits a second, read and write. Yeah? Have a look at the L3 cache. The L3 cache is 9 times faster and what, a factor of 4 times lower latency? And an Intel has only got 36 megabytes of this, whereas those X3D CPUs from AMD have 96. So any kind of recurring things that need to go into the memory that can go into that L3 cache, like if you were in an end game in Fortnite and it was trying to calculate everybody's position, everybody's inventories constantly, that is all in the L3 cache. You cannot overclock DDR5 to compete with that. You can't do it. It's not going to make any difference. Even if I got the best motherboard on the planet, it's not going to make a difference making my memory faster. That memory there, 115 gigabytes, is never going to get near 900. Not happening. In fact, I'll show you what happens when I run 7,800. The difference, right? The difference goes up to 120 from 115. It's just not going to happen. You can't compete with that L3 cache, which is exactly why the next generation of Intel processors, they're bumping up the amount of L2 cache to compete with AMD. Exactly why they're doing it. But DDR5 overclocking it is not going to make a difference massively in the scale of competing with the X3Ds. It's not going to make a difference. Right, anyway, what were we doing? I've forgotten now. It's distracting me. I'm trying to get this stable, aren't I? Right, so we're on 48 now. So let's see what Prime 95 does. I could have been chatting away while this is doing that. See if my if this freezes up. Yeah, it's late already. It's 11 o'clock. I've been doing this. How long have I been doing this? Nearly 5 hours now. And on those temperatures, 73, 74 at the moment. That's not too bad. Need to make sure that the screen doesn't lock up. Had to go to bed an hour ago, sorry Cry. Yeah. The memory controller, you'd have to disable hyperthreading just to get the memory controller running. I did see in my motherboard though, I saw in my motherboard that there were presets for over 10,000 that obviously MSI have been testing for the memory. There were presets for it. So they're obviously testing over 10,000. Is it still running? Still running, still running, still alive. A good sign actually is if we look at down here, see the clock there by the bottom. If that's ticking up every 2 seconds, then the system's relatively responsive. 32, 34. It's when it freezes that clock there. Keep an eye on that bit. We've gone straight into stability testing here. We don't even know what the scores would be. I can't remember where I saw that 50 was the limit. I can't remember what it was. It might have been in the specs in, I think it was in the specs actually in hardware info, the CPU specs. 50 was the limit, I think it said. Ring max, I think it was 50. Well, we know it's not stable anyway, ring max at 50. It's doing well so far though. Going for a little bit. 10 minutes. Or has it? No, it hasn't been going for 10 minutes. I think hardware info's been going for 10 minutes. And what time did this start? Started at 04. No, this has only been going for 3 minutes. Assuming that's right. Yeah. The voltage drop below 1.2 that's bothering me. Why it's doing that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it just can't keep up with it. At the moment we're sitting on about 1.2. We're sitting on 1.2. Such big voltage swings. It's crazy. Didn't Intel do, about 10 years ago, do a mass recoil of a load of products? I thought they did an absolutely massive recoil of pretty much a whole line of CPUs. Didn't they do that? Maybe that was a bit longer than 10 years ago. Maybe it was 20 years ago. Here we go again. To be honest, how much do they really care about this right now? Given that the Intel 15s are going to be out at the end of the year, do they really care about these CPUs anymore? They've kind of moved on, haven't they? Already. So the new Intel 15 gens are meant to have no hyperthreading on to keep the temperatures down, and more L2 cache to outcompete AMD. I don't think they'll be going up much in terms of megahertz. I don't think they'll be going up very much. Is this time to visit our sponsor? Wait. Oh no. Nope. But what's causing that? Is it the 0.25 or is it the... I think I need to go back to 0.2 to be honest. We've changed two things, which is never a good idea to do at the same time. I think I just go back 0.2 on the underclock. I don't know. I kind of just want to keep this as auto. Should we keep that as auto and 0.25? Because we've done two things at the same time and I don't like doing that. We know 0.3 crashes. Yeah, I don't think we should do 0.25. It crashed at 1.19 volts. Well, I've seen it lower than that. My only issue with 15th gen is they've moved onto the IO chip outside the core, so it will introduce latency. Will it? Oh, interesting. Didn't know that. Oh. Made a song for me. Tech Wizard saying, what? What's JD doing? I dare not listen to it. In his tech strewn lair. I'm scared to listen to those, JD. Alright. We've only changed one thing now. We're going to try that. Oh, where are we at with Cinebench? Get these. Yeah, a minute. Let's wait for 2 minutes and then run it. Yeah, they're all rumors at the moment, aren't they? Why are the processors so high? Normally it's, I mean, that's about 80, that's about 10 processors too high, that is. What's that running? Running a Windows update in the background. I don't think so, I think they're turned off. We're not quite back up to 36,000. Quite. See what this is doing while it's running that, I'm curious. So yeah, look, the ring clock by default is 4.5. Not this again, keep an eye. 79 degrees, 80 degrees, 81. So even a small undervolt, a tiny teeny one, is dropping that from 86 down to 81. Even a really, really small one. But we're still dropping 5.6 instead of 5.7s, so the score's not going to be quite the same. Not quite on that 5.7 level, is it? 82, so that's good temperature. I'm happy with that temperature. It's whether or not it's stable or not. Something's limiting it with the power. Going down to 1.284 volts for Cinebench. And then you get Prime 95 comes out to play. .3. Watch you go down. Do. Oh, I'm getting hungry. What are we up to? Is that ticking up? 2.402, yeah. The V-core's sitting at, what, 1.21 at the moment. Hasn't got worse than that. We haven't seen any 1.1s yet. Oh, I spoke too soon. 1.18, 1.17. Nope. Okay, so 0.25 is not good. I think we're gonna have to hit our heads at 0.2. Did. I think 0.2 is our ceiling, and even then I think I probably should be less than, you normally want 10 millivolt kind of safety margin, so we know 0.25 doesn't work, so maybe we need to be 0.15, not even 0.2. Normally you want a bit of headroom like that. Can't we set a manual voltage? I don't know. With all these boosting up and down, I don't know. I don't know. We'd have to fix all the clocks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just very wary about setting a fixed all-core clocks for this CPU, given how many different voltage curves this thing's got. I mean, it's just, yeah, exactly. The old ones, yes. These new ones, they're just way too overly complex. No, I don't want to go up the wattage. That's when Fortnite was actually just crashing, even getting into it in DX12. Before I set that 320 limit. It's gone into the wrong environment. That's my main one. I don't want to be using that one right now. So far, the only thing we've had stable is not my brain. Is no underclock at all, no undervolt whatsoever. It's the only thing we've had stable. But then we suffer the performance loss and the worst temperatures. So I kind of really want an undervolt, even if it's a teeny tiny one. I know I'm not waiting for the operating system to start up, but I just want to check we're in a ballpark. Ooh. 35,000. Wow, this is getting worse. This is getting worse. Why is it I've added an undervolt and the performance has got worse? Shouldn't be doing that. No undervolt is at least 35,500. Yeah, maybe it's because the thing was starting up, but definitely in, yeah, we're definitely in performance mode. Okay, 35,700 now. Okay, it's a bit more like it. Still not 36,000 though, is it? Started today wanting to test more with FSO versus FSE. I don't know whether you guys saw earlier, but I've managed to script jumping between FSO and FSE really easily. And I ran some benchmarks, and FSE was a little bit better for the lows. So now it's a bit easier to jump back and forth. I might actually run it. So I came up with that today, but that was for the fortnight guide. And we've completely got distracted by this new BIOS. Completely. 81. We're still 81. So even any kind of undervolt is really helping the temperatures. That's 86 if I don't have any undervolt at all. But we're still dropping into the 5.6s and not keeping up with the 5.7s. Forget it. You don't think it's worth it now, just leave it. Not worth the faffle. Put on the old BIOS. Yeah. Maybe. I just don't like not running the old stuff. And that's another point. Did I save the old BIOS latest configuration to my memory stick? I'm not sure I did. Not the very latest overclock. So it'll take me a little bit of time to get it all back again. Yeah, I'm gonna get a new one anyway when they figure that stuff out. Yeah, got the video. Oi, 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 oi. Nope. Any kind of underclock. It's not liking it, is it? I'm almost tempted to leave it running with no underclock on it at all, and if it crashes, basically go back to MSI and say, look, this is ridiculous. You just made it worse. Everything's just auto, no underclock at all. Everything's auto. Exactly how I had it this morning on the previous BIOS, but now I get worse performance. Nothing I can do. Any kind of underclock, any kind of undervolt, is just crashing it. You have low lines set to auto, so maybe change it to mode 8. No, it is mode 8. I'm pretty sure auto is mode 8. So, but that's what I was running in the previous BIOS, so, and it was fine. So we should be about 35,500, I think, with this. Back to 86 degrees centigrade. Why is... So I wrote in general chat, please stop having technical discussions here. So what is everybody doing? They're all putting it in general chat. The whole point of general chat is for general things. And there's a whole section on PC tuning. Go in there. Start. Didn't we take a Cinebench recording at the beginning of this before I changed the BIOS? Pretty sure we did. 35,467. That was 36,000 before. With the same settings, different BIOS. Just nobbled it. They've just probably just thrown more voltage at the problem. That's probably what they've done. But then I try and undervolt and it crashes. So 5.6 right now. 81. Temperature's alright actually. I ran this before, it was 86. That's interesting. Temperatures have come down even though we haven't changed anything. It's colder in this room. It must be colder in the room. 80, well, no, it did get up to 85. Look, peaked at 85, so. But yeah, these scores suck. Yeah, as I say, this passed 2 hours of Prime 95 on the old BIOS with these exact settings. If I get any crashing at all now, it's all the BIOS. They've made it worse. Why am I doing that? '88, '89. We were about 92 before, weren't we, or something? I think you wrote it in the chat. '91 max. Okay. So we're on 91 max at the moment already. They just started. That's going to creep up. Why is it 73 right now? Still dropping below 1.2, yeah. I don't see a way of stopping that without load line calibration, and then the temperatures go through the roof. There's no way, I don't see how I can stop that. Unless I put the CEP back on again. That would stop it. But then the performance just is awful with the CEP on. Something else is in play here. They've added something between these two BIOSes. I don't know what it is. It's just their voltage curve they've come up with. It just can't cope. 5.3, been down to 5.1. I'm sitting at 88 right now. See that? That doesn't make sense either. It says 88 on the motherboard and it says 80 in hardware info there. Our CPU package, it's probably measuring the package. It's like the motherboard doing an extreme undervolt that crashes the CPU. Yeah, it is a bit like that. It's like, it's just their weird voltage curves they've done. I just don't understand it at all. If it would be fine if Intel just gave them the specs, but they're not doing it. It's a ridiculous situation. We're pulling, yeah, pretty much 320. That's limiting the temperatures going up. If we unlock that a little bit, these would go straight up to 100. And then we be getting loads of thermal throttling. Because right now we're getting no thermal throttling at 91, 92, or 81. In fact, we haven't even had thermal throttling even at 91. We up that power limit, those temperatures are going to go up, and then we get thermal throttling and it would be horrific. Yeah, I agree. No, it just doesn't make sense, these new CPUs. Can't really apply the same rules, it seems. Temperatures are 89 right now. But, I mean, we've had no thermal throttling, which is good. Yeah. Well, they can't work it out because they're given these tools to do it instead of Intel telling them what they should be doing. They're not actually using the actual CPUs. They're using like a simulator thing, which is ridiculous. 1.16, 1.18. It's like 33. Wait, what? So it's been going 6 minutes. Peaking at 91. Yeah. Yeah. What does the V core say? Yeah, 1.18 volts. It's throwing at it right now. 1.17. And that amount of voltage is running, well, it's running 8 P cores at 5.2 and it's running 16 E cores at 4.3, that voltage. Seven minutes in, only another 2 hours to go. But again, we've taken off the undervolt completely now. and it's still going down to 1.1 volts. No undervolt at all. Maybe I should be using mode 7. And then trying to combat the temperatures somehow. But as soon as I use mode 7, I'm getting thermal throttling, which is even worse. Thermal throttling will basically be adding a load of latency to your game. Yeah, maybe. I mean, 1.106 volts at the moment, it's the lowest it's got. And that was on an E-core. But that's an E-core. The P-cores are running a little bit higher. Look, they're running the 1.2. So maybe we should have just been looking at the P-cores. Now those E-cores are actually getting more than 1.2. Now the P-cores are 1.1. Look. Yeah, it's still going 1.1 for the P-cores. That's gone down to 5.1. Is that thermal throttling now? No, there still hasn't been any thermal throttling at all. So these are down clocking, even though the temperatures are not inducing a thermal throttling. I mean, the reason it's thermal throttling is because it's exceeding a power limit. So it's throttling because it's hitting the power limit, which is 320 watts. But then that 320 watts can't supply enough voltage, or is deliberately not supplying enough voltage. What's the equation between amps, volts, and watts? I can't remember now. One equals that. Power is volts over amps, or amps over volts, or I can't remember. Well, the amount of amps that's being supplied by, at the moment, so the amount of amps that's being supplied is 263 amps. It's peaked at 300, and it's got the maximum it can go to is 400. Yeah, volts times amps. So if its headroom is 320 and the amps go up, then that's going to reduce the volts. So it's pulling a load of watts and amps at the same time, then the voltage is going to be lower. So it almost needs needs more watts, doesn't it? So here's the watts. There's the wattage that's it's the wattage that's limiting it. It's the 320 that's actually limiting it, and that's what's dropping the voltage. So maybe we should be going higher than 320, but then it's out of spec. But the amps aren't maxing out. So the problem is, the thing that's maxing out is the watts. And when that hits its ceiling, when the power hits its ceiling, it's dropping the voltage. It's having to drop the voltage because it needs a certain amount of amps. So either the amps drops or the voltage drops. and it's dropping the voltage. But if we increase the amount of watts, then the voltage could stay higher maybe. But the more watts and volts we put through it, the hotter it's going to get. Maybe, yeah. Depends what's driving it. If the amps is what's driving it and saying, well, I need this many amps, and you've only got 320 watts, then the only thing that can give is the voltage. It's just dropping the voltage. And maybe I do need to go higher than. But I mean, unlimited, I think people have been seeing these things pulling 500 watts. So, I mean, I've got a 1,000 watt power supply unit. What's my GPU using? About 350? How much is the, I don't think I've ever seen it use more than about 350 watts, the GPU. I should have enough headroom for my power supply unit. Yeah, 500 watts, I think I've seen. If you put it unlimited, it's going to go sky high. Well, this seems stable, yeah? I know this has only been going 14 minutes. But compared to everything else, this seems stable, and it should be stable under gaming conditions. I think I need to run this another time, but yeah, let's have a look. So we're getting down to, what did we say, 1.1 volts. So should we try it? Should we up the wattage and see what happens? Let's try it. I'm not used to actually stopping these tests, I'm just used to having it crash. We can unlimit the watts and see what happens. See if the voltage still goes down to 1.1. So used to that being crashed straight into the BIOS. Not used to having to stop it. Yeah, as long as amps are capped. But yeah, it's gonna pull 500 watts, I bet you. Okay. Right, so here we've got 400 limit for the amps, and we're gonna go typical overclockers thing to do. Yeah? Let's see what the voltage drops down to. I suspect we're going to be thermal throttling like crazy now, and the performance is just going to be worse. I want to see what it gets up to. I want to see if it's hitting 500. And if that can keep the voltage up. I'm sure I've run this test when I first got the computer. I think it did get better scores, but it's difficult to keep those temperatures down, I seem to remember. Right, let's have a look what Cinebench pulls. Let's start with Cinebench. Let's see what kind of score we get. See if it's better or worse score than 30, just under 35,500-ish. Again, we kind of need to wait for the computer to start up. Well, it's only been 50 seconds. We'll wait for 2 minutes. AMD guys aren't having to go through this. Yeah, something's running about just after a minute in. And then it calms down a bit, and then it goes away. Okay, ready? So we'll get the score, then we'll do another Cinebench with hardware info on, and then we'll see how many watts it pulls when it's doing it. I'm pretty sure Fortnite's not going to crash a lot with more than 320 watts though. Okay, so no better score. The score is not better. It's the same. Fireball, I've installed the latest BIOS that came out today. I've run the same settings and the performance is a lot worse. So I've been trying to kind of undervolt it, trying to overclock it, try and get that little bit of performance back, and it's just not stable at all. So we're trying basically anything right now. We've just unlimited the wattage, the power. So let's see what we get up to, right? Where's the power line? CPU power, right? 85 right now. Keep an eye on these temperatures as well. So the performance isn't any better, but I want to know what it's pulling. Ready? And whether or not the voltage decreases less. So we were at 36,000 this morning on the older BIOS. Happily playing away. Okay. See what that just pulled. So it didn't hit the 320 limit. It pulled 312. And what did it go down to? It went down to 1.298. 85 degrees centigrade. So, and what did we get? We didn't get any thermal core throttling. Where's the section on limit reasons? So now we're still saying limit reasons power. What kind of amps did it pull? There we go. Went up to 244, so still not the limit. So it's now being limited by the voltage. That's the only one of the three it could be limiting by. So the voltage curve is limiting it. 1.298. So let's try a prime now. We'll reset that. Get rid of that. And see what it goes down to. Okay. So we're going to watch these numbers here. So we were hitting 1.1 volts. It was going all the way down to 1.1 volts before. Let's just drop to 1.2. Keeping the clock rate higher, at 5.6 at the moment instead of the 5.4 it normally goes straight down to. Right, let's go and have a look at how much power it's drawing. We're 79 degrees centigrade, so that's fine at the moment. I'm sure that will go up in a minute. And we're pulling, we're unlimited P1 and PL1 and PL2. And we are hitting currently 332. So we're just over the 330 that we had before as the previous limit. 337, 339. That 320 limit is being exceeded that we had before. 340. Let's go back up and have a look to see. So we've peaked at 340. Let's go and have a look at those voltages. So they've already gone down to 1.2s at the moment. So we're not seeing the 1.1s. So unless we haven't got to the really, really tough tests yet, that's actually helped to unlimit it. 2.1. So the spec, let me show you the spec. Go back to the streaming PC. The spec is this. right? They're the Intel specs that they released today or yesterday. And so for my ones, these performance power profiles are for really bad motherboards. They're potato motherboards, basically. So you should be able to run these specs. So the K and the KF should be able to run, the limits for them are 253 watts. And for my KS, the limit is 320, yeah? With 400 amps. So what we've just done is we've kept the 400 amps, never exceed 400 amps. So we've put that in the BIOS, but we've unlimited these from 320 because what we were seeing that the voltages, go back to the gaming PC, the voltages were hitting like 1.0, 1.1 because it couldn't, we were hitting the limit. Well, we're actually thermal throttling now, are we? 96? No, we're not thermal throttling yet. We're not on 100. We're getting closer. We were hitting the 320 limits and we've now unlimited them completely. And it was as a result, because watts, amps and voltage are all in an equation together, if you limit one, then the other two, one of them has to go down if it hits the limit. And we were hitting the limit for the watts, so either the amps had to go down or the voltage had to go down. And when the voltage was going down, the computer was crashing because it was trying to run the frequencies on really, really low voltages. So now we've unlimited the watts, the power, and now look, it's 1.2s. It's not going down to 1.1s anymore. Yes, you were correct, Kagami. Well done. Gold star for Kagami. But yeah, look, that helps because now we're not getting those 1.1 drops anymore. We haven't changed anything else. We've just basically given it a little bit more power, and so that the voltage isn't struggling to kind of keep up. Does that all make sense? So now we've unlimited the PL1 and PL2. We're now hitting 341, and as a result, the volts aren't going down from 1.2 to 1.1 or 1.0 and crashing. The computer isn't then crashing because it's trying to run on too low a voltage for the CPU. So we're not pulling 500 watts, which is good. We're pulling 341. I'm just trying to think if there's another scenario whereby something else might be trying to pull more than 340. But even if we set it to 340, we would be getting a little bit of a dip in the voltage. That would be starved a little bit, wouldn't it? So I'm wondering now whether we can undervolt now. Can we undervolt now? Does that fix the undervolt problem? Because now we've basically got 100 millivolts to play with. Well, maybe not 100 millivolts, maybe the 50 millivolts. Maybe we've got the 50 millivolts to play with now. And we can get that to 1.15 or something, and it would still be stable. Because even when we didn't have that, this was stable, wasn't it, at 1.1? This was stable at 1.1. Yeah, thermal throttling. If we can even do a tiny, tiny little undervolt, that would bring these temperatures down from 96, probably 5 degrees, even with a tiny one. So if we just fix the stability issue that nobody else has anywhere in the world, you can't limit the power if you're going to limit the amps, because it will mess up the volts. So definitely limit the amps, because that can just bust things. But if you limit the power draw, Our clocks are, yeah, they're also high. Yeah, you're right. We were getting 5 1s, weren't we? I saw 5 1s here before. So I think that was messing it up. I think that 320, I mean, God knows what's happening with the Ks and KFs if they're now being limited to 253 and they're trying to run this. I mean, well, they're going to be having under revolt. Yeah, no more 51s. So I think it's a bad idea to limit both of them. You can't limit 2 things in a 3-thing equation. Yeah, 20, I mean, it's not like it's gone crazy, is it? It hasn't gone crazy here. It's only an extra 20 watts. Yeah, 341 is the peak. So at the moment I'm running 87 degrees centigrade. So, but it's peaked up to 97 at times. That's 95 now, 93. I don't want thermal throttling, and in game I want it as cold as possible because that's lower latency and better FPS drops. So I'd love to get this down a bit, 97. But this to me looks stable, much more stable than what we've been running. So should we try an undervolt, see what happens? Because I think we can probably get away with 50 millivolts. No, I reckon we can get away with 50 millivolts. I want to see if then the power goes up. I'm curious of whether the power will go up if we go to 50 millivolts. I'm not doing 0.3, that's 300 millivolts. Did you mean 0.03? That's 300. Not running that. Trying to blow up my computer. So let's try it. Let's try offset mode, minus by CPU. Let's now try 0.05. 50 millivolts. Oh, let's try it. Well, I mean, I think we've got the headroom. We were running a whole 100 millivolts more than when it was stable, when this was just on all auto. Yeah. So I think 50 millivolts should be all right. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Go big or go home. I am home. Right. Test. It boots. Right, let's see, because the biggest thing for improving those Cinebench scores, improving temperatures, has been the undervolts by miles. Midnight, it's going to turn into a pumpkin. And 50 millivolts at least has done wonders. I've got to wait 2 minutes, haven't I, for this to start up. I want to see what score we get. We should be over 36,000 again now, I'd say. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere near overclocks. My God, just getting these stable has been a nightmare, let alone overclocking the thing. I'd rather just go undervolt. My temperature's what, 39 at the moment? 38. All right, so we're nearly a minute in. Normally something, yeah, look, about a minute 15, something kicks in here on all cores and then goes quiet afterwards. So always have to wait till like a minute and a half at least to run this. So look. This has been educational, at least. Trying to retro engineer what Intel and MSI should have done in the first place. Like it's my job to do this. It should just work out of the box. There you go, 36,300. So really good score. Let's have a look how much power draw that takes when it's run that. Right, so at the moment, they're all about 1.45, so that's pretty normal. Start that off. We're seeing a 5.7, look, 5.7s. All 5.7s. Dipping down to 1.28 in Cinebench. And temperature only got up to 81. That's very good. It's normally about 86 for this. We didn't exceed any power limits at all. We got up to a peak of 305 for that test. But still within spec, just running 5.8. Where's 5.8? Where's 5.8? We went down to 5.7 from 5.9. And I think I actually have an AVX offset for -2. So it's going to force it down to 5.7 anyway. Pretty sure I've got a -2 AVX offset. Temperatures, yeah, good, 82. So what are we doing with the power? So yeah, we didn't get near the spec 320 anyway. How many amps did we draw? We drew 240 amps, so not near the 400 limit. That's fine. Yeah, I think it is messing up the VF curves, having a 320 limit for when you run the thingy. So all good so far. Let's have a look at Prime 95. Reset all that. So back to about 1.44, 1.45. Run Prime 95. Okay, this is where it's crashing before. Any kind of undervolting was crashing Prime 95. Let's find out whether it was because the voltage was basically just getting too low. A 1.27 at the moment. All right. 560s is, I mean 5.7s. It's barely underclocking, but we probably haven't got to the hard test bit yet. Because at the moment it's looking like that limit for 320 watts is messing up the voltage curves and causing instabilities. That's what it's looking like. Just look, 1.215. Ah, come on. 1.215. All right. But that might have frozen the 1.215. It didn't get to 1.1s, but maybe it's dipping into the 1.1s and it's freezing and we just can't see it. So that could be what's happening. Okay, so maybe 0.5 is too much. Let's go back to the 0.2. Even any underclock is pretty good. Yeah, we tried 0.3 earlier and that was at borderline as well. And you guys are missing out the extra zeros. You're 10 times higher than what we're doing. Right, try again. No, we didn't see how high they got, but temps looked okay. Extra 5 degrees less. It's going to be on Cinebench at least. So I think we just go straight into prime now, yeah? We'll watch the stats, but I think we just go straight into prime. See what we can get away with. What did I say? 1.21, yeah? That it was frozen on. I mean, it may have dipped to 1, I don't know. I kind of probably need to put on some kind of background logging so we can go and see what it got to. All right. Reset all this. So we got no throttling, no power limit throttling, all jolly good. Kind of want to just look at the V cores. That's a better measure, but all right, let's try it. So we got minus 0.2, look. See, this is what I was saying earlier, right? Remember this? You know, I was saying that the IA offset should be minus 0.2 as well as that one, and they should match. Remember I was saying that? And it wasn't basically doing any offset now. Why is it doing that now? The only thing we've changed is doing the unlimited thing. Where has that come from? That's what it normally is. All right. Keep an eye on the package and the temperatures. I care less about, I care about more about the, can we see any voltages on the screen? And I just want to put the voltages here. Can I see that now? Yeah, okay, that shows everything. So we can see the watts on the screen now there, 290 at the moment. And we can see the 1.272. So it was 1.21 before, wasn't it? So I've put these unlimited because they were suffocating the voltage at 320. Because we were getting up to what, 340, let's just jump to 317, 328, and at this point, when it needs more watts, the voltage was dropping like a stone, and it was crashing. Because it couldn't have any more, because we've limited things. Particular voltage rail. So the max we've pulled so far is 336 with this tiny little 20 millivolts offset. So we've got down to 1.71 instead of 1.21. .93 is the peak in temperature, 89 currently. Really want to have that highlighting. Seems a bit more stable, doesn't it? So far, 4 minutes in. I'm sorry, you took 0.14 is 140 millivolts. That's massive. Do you mean 0.014? Basically, we don't know spikes to 1.1. Yeah, it's 1.17 at the moment, and that looks like it's frozen. No, it hasn't frozen. Clock's still going. Sitting around 1.2 at the moment. Yeah, 10 times out. Trying to blow my PC up. No. So 50 millivolts crashed it. 20 millivolts was quite stable earlier before we did the power unlimiting. So hopefully that, I mean, I'm pretty sure we ran 20 millivolts for a while under volt. Yeah, it's better than we had. Yeah, you're right. Thanks guys for keeping me sane, by the way, chatting to me. Much appreciated. As I said, if you guys weren't here, I'd be throwing things out through the window right now. Well, probably a few hours ago. But even a tiny undervolt makes a big difference for temperatures. I'm happy with it seeing a 93. 92, 93, no problem. That means in game it's going to be in the 50s, probably, low 60s. Well, we're on 0.02 at the moment, aren't we? Look, there's the voltage offset. See here. That's what we're on at the moment. So if this is okay, no, it's not. Like too soon. I just don't know. It's not happy with the undervolts. We can try the world's smallest undervolt, 0.0 or 10 millivolts. Try the world's smallest one. Well, yeah, the AVX offset's -2. So we're all, even in, I'm going to take that off. I'm curious what it would be with Cinebench if we didn't have that. Probably thermal throttle. Okay, well, the world's smallest flipping undervolt. That's the world's smallest undervolt right there. Actually, what was the other thing I was going to double check? Yeah, we've got load line calibration on auto. Yep, so that's 8. And then we've got unlimited power. Palpatine's unlimited power, but we're limiting the current. Yeah. So, world's smallest undervolt. Here we go. Does seem to make a difference to temperatures though, just even doing any undervolt. Hey Frosty, still pulling my hair out. This new BIOS is not as good as the one I had this morning. We've had to completely unlimit the power because with limiting the amps and the watts, by limiting both of those, it was messing up the voltage curves. So we've had to unlimit the power completely in order to not have massive voltage drops. We were running under 1.1 volts by limiting the power to 320 watts. We've unlimited it now and it's going up to a peak of about 340, so it's only going up an extra 20 watts, but that's not messing up the VF curve anymore. All right. Let's see where we are with the Cinebench now, I don't know. Don't know what kind of scores we're going to be getting with Cinebench. We need to be a minute and a half into here. Yeah, it was easy. No. It's not easy for anything, Fireboy. It's like a complete psychopath is what it is. An unstable psychopath. It just hasn't been set up properly by the motherboard manufacturers. The voltage curves are all just garbage because Intel won't tell them what to do and won't give them a proper spec. It's Intel's fault. So the motherboard manufacturers are having to make this stuff up. Every day another problem, yeah. Well, it was fine, I think. And then this new BIOS came along and they've made the performance worse. And I can only assume they've just messed around with the voltage curves, the VF curves a bit more, and it's to give it a bit more throttling. 35456. See, that's not a good score. We've just lost like 1,000 on the score. Yeah, we've lost tons of score there. We've lost like 800. Why? We only went from, well, did we go from, we went from 50 millivolts, didn't we, down to 10. Let's see how much power it's pulling. Let me run this. Oh, do that. There we go. So we're only on a 10 millivolt undervolt right now. Sucks. Oh, Jakey, you need to go to bed, buddy. I still haven't emailed the butchers for a delivery tomorrow morning. Ugh. Terrible score. Right, what did we pull there? We pulled 302 watts, so under the 320, but we're still unlimiting here. And what are the core clocks going down to? 5.6. So we're only really getting the 5.7 when we're undervolting quite a bit. What do we limit it to? We got no throttling whatsoever. Throttle reasons. Electrical design point. So voltage, in other words, because we weren't hitting the amps. We hit 236 amps and we've got 400 as the max, so that wasn't it. We are unlimited on power, so that wasn't it. So that leaves voltage. So the voltage curve is limiting it. It's the voltage curve that's downclocking these. And by undervolting, well, not undervolting enough, they've exactly what they've done. This new BIOS, they've pumped in a load of extra voltage to try and stabilize things. And as a result, it's downclocking more, getting worse scores and having higher temperatures. So the only combat that you can do is manually putting a undervolt on it, but then it crashes. I think unlimited is easy. No, it was crashing before we unlimited it. It was crashing at 320, which is the specs. So that made no difference. That's helped. Unlimiting it has helped, definitely. Because these aren't dropping anywhere near as low. And it's pretty much when the voltage drops to like 1.1 here, that's when it crashes. So we're trying to stop. Normally you'd stop that happening with load line calibration. But they've messed up the load line calibrations. So if I put a load line calibration on to stop that drooping as much, then these temperatures go through the roof because it's adding a ton of voltage. And then we get thermal throttling, which is even worse. Yeah, maybe we do try 7 now. Yeah. That's the only tool we have. This is so painful. And I semi-know what I'm doing. Imagine somebody that hasn't got a clue what they're doing. It's not a viable processor and motherboard combination. It's not viable at the moment. And as I say, I don't think I've lost the silicon lottery because I was getting 42,000 scores earlier, and that's really good for this CPU. So I don't think it's the silicon lottery problem. 7. We're going to go with 7. We're going to try and make 7 work. So that's just pumped in a load more voltage, basically. Now we've got to try and combat that with this. So back to 0.05. But now we've got unlimited watts, so it might help. Wait, I want to make sure I did that right. By CPU, yep. Try mode 4, no. It's backwards, this CPU is backwards. You start at 8, you don't start at the top. They've actually implemented it backwards for this CPU. So you have to start with the biggest number, biggest mode number, and go up, as opposed to starting at the top and going down. They've done it backwards, Intel have. It's mental. What are we doing? This one. Change the undervolt, yeah. Well, we're going to have to, because we know the temperatures are horrific as soon as we go from mode 7 to 8 to 7. We know that. We've just added 10 degrees centigrade. And the only thing we can combat that with is an undervolt. So we know it's going to be 10 degrees centigrade worse. So it's going to be thermal throttling, which is way worse than power throttling. Because that makes everything worse, more temperature. Makes performance worse, makes latency worse. So I know that we're going to have to undervolt a lot to get that temperature back down to what it should be. No, it's not going to help. Bye bye. We're using the same voltage for the memory overclock. I haven't changed that. It's 1.4 volts. It's not any more demanding at all than XMP. And we're trying to make it work with what I would play with. So 3582, so that's better. We've just gone up 300, yeah? And I think, to be honest, we've only just started the computer up, so we probably get even a higher score. Yeah, let's run that again without. Run this one again. So this is the least worst droop. So it's got a little anti-droop, but not much, mode 7. But we've added 10 degrees centigrade because of all that extra voltage that's just been pumped into it. Okay, that was actually a worse score, but then one. Right, okay, so 5 9s. And what's the voltage? 1.246-ish. So it's still drooping, but the temperatures have gone up from 80, look, we're in 88 right now. 90, 88 peak. So temperatures have gone way up. And the only thing I can do to combat that, look, thermal throttling. Yes, we've now got thermal throttling. They've gone down 3. So the only thing we can do to combat that now is increase the undervolt. We've only gone down 1 mode. It's the only thing we can do. We're going to have to undervolt that even more. But didn't we say that 1.21 was a bit iffy? So I don't think we can go down very much more. I'm pretty sure that Prime 95 is just going to crash anyway. Any kind of undervolting seems to just crash Prime 95. Anything. The only stable Prime 95 I've had so far is with no undervolting. Right, so what are we pulling? 297 at the moment. We're about 92, 93, we were 93, weren't we, for the CPU temps. Not doing any throttling at the moment, which surprises me. Wait till the difficult test kicks in now. There we go, straight to 100, straight to thermal throttling, 99. Pulling 330. It's a real balancing act, this. Soon as you start using load line calibration, it whacks up the temperatures by 10 degrees. And we're still drooping down to 1.15. I mean, it's not like it's massively countered it. So I honestly don't think we can use any load line calibration at all, because that's not viable unless we massively undervolt. And we can't really massively undervolt anymore because that's already a 1.15. So we seem to be in a loop here. We seem to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's the voltage curves made by MSI that need to be fixed. That's what needs fixing, because it's just giving me no option to do anything at all. Yeah, all the load line calibrations are broken, completely broken. But I mean, as the video said, the Buildzoid one, yeah, they just haven't been given the correct information specs from Intel to establish what the load line calibrations, how they should work. So they've guessed at them. They've just made them up. Damn it, I need to reboot and change the... But that's light load. That's under light load. That's a desktop. That's not under heavy load. That's for the light load. So it's still going to go down massively under load. That's for light load. I found when I set it to Intel defaults, the range was even bigger. I was seeing 1.7 volts when I had that on the Intel one. 1.7 volts. So I think load line calibration's out. I think that's a definite no-no. It's a no-go area for load line calibration. That adds 10 degrees centigrade. And I mean, it's more severe the higher you go up. So I think it has to be on auto, which is 8. I don't think I can run this at all. I don't think I can run any kind of offset. It has to be on auto. Can't run it. I'm just trying to think, when we use this one for these things, the preset overclocks, what it used. I'm wondering whether if I used a different undervolt, but I think it used the advanced one, didn't it? Should we have a quick look? I want to see what it uses. Curious what these use. Let's put it on that, and then this one was changed. Here we go. Advanced. Which one is it using? Advanced offset mode. Advanced offset mode. VF point, and that was using 0. Wait, what's it using? That's just on all. Oh, there we go. Offset target for 62. And it was lowering it a little bit there, but everything else was auto. Okay, no, I don't think we can play with this at all. I don't think that's an option. I don't think load line calibration's an option, and I don't think undervolting is an option. I think I need the AVX. I think I need that at least 2, maybe 3, and then I need wait, if I just turn that off, yeah, it's on auto, fine. And then advanced CPU configuration, I think. Okay, we can try the Intel spec if you want. But you have a look at what these do. No, I'm not playing with E-cores. I've been there, done that, benchmarked them. No, I like having my E-cores. Half of the E-cores going 16 to 8 did give better benchmarks, but then when you went down to 4, it was way worse. So I could go down to 8, but I quite like having 16. Quite like having 16. If you watch the, when I paused the replay for that FNCS replay in Fortnite, and you look at the cores, it's actually spilling out. Fortnite spilling over into the E cores because it maxes out the P cores, and even the E cores are pretty much full, running 16 of them across. No, it's the same. 8 is the same as auto. They give the same voltages. I've checked them. Right, let's try this Intel default, and basically on auto on everything else. Yeah, everything else is auto. So auto low load calibration, Intel defaults for the light load, core voltage mode. Yeah, we've taken off the undervolt. Oh, yeah. I have disabled C states as well. I've already done that. C states messes up your timers. Right, watch. I swear the score's going to be worse now with these Intel light load things as well. Let's do Cinebench first, and then we'll do Pro. This is so ridiculous. I mean, it's not like I'm setting massive changes here. It's basically any tiny change gives a massive amount of instability. I'm not labeling C states. Just adds latency and it messes up the timer. No, thank you. Right, watch these volts. Look how much voltage I've got now, right now. Look how much voltage there is. 1.635 volts right now with the Intel default spec for a light load. 1.6. Am I getting did that just say thermal throttling on the desktop? I haven't even run anything yet, and that was core thermal throttling. Oh my god. That light load thing is nasty. I mean, these are normally 1.45 with the normal light load, right? Now we've gone to the Intel default light load, and look, 1.6, we've gone from 1.45 up to 1.6. And the temperatures, look, I'm 69 right now. What the? It is massively pumping voltage into these cores to try and stabilize them on the desktop. See what the score is. Watch this. See what the score is. I might even crash. So we've immediately gone down to 5.4. So the best results, remember, are about 5.7. The voltage has dropped. The worst voltage, though, it's kept the voltage minimum up to 1. Well, no, saying that this isn't prime, is it? So I'm pretty sure they're 1.2 something with prime. But look at the we've lost about 2,000 in the score. 2,000 because look at the temperatures. We're thermal throttling because it's pumping tons and tons of voltage. This is what I mean. This is Intel's fault and it's the motherboard's fault. Intel spec is pumping ridiculous voltage in. Ridiculous. And with thermal throttling, even in a little Cinebench, how much watts did we just pull? Look. We just pulled 393 watts in Cinebench. We were 320-ish before. 320-ish. Intel defaults are not defaults. They can't be, yeah. They can't be. We're pulling 400 watts now, which is more than what MSI have it as normal. And we're massively thermal throttling. To the point where we're losing a ton of power. So this is why I've just been ending up back where we started the whole time. Oh, I don't know. Shall I have a look? Does it matter? I'll have a look. I'll reboot. Ugh. But yeah, very, very bad. What are they doing? I just don't understand what Intel and MSI and Gigabyte and Asus are doing at this point. They're just doing this blame game, going around in circles. Meanwhile, the customers are the ones that are suffering. They're more interested in just passing the blame onto somebody else. Right, I'll tell you what the thingy is now. Oh, come on, stop it. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How long have we been doing this? 6.5 hours now, trying to get this new BIOS stable. Right, here we go. There we go. It is the same. Look, 1.1 to 1.1. There you go. There's your Intel spec for you. Maybe we should be using this and now massively undervolting. Maybe we should be doing that. Maybe that's what we should be doing right now. Maybe we should now be undervolting. Should we try that? Should we try undervolting now? I mean, I think we need to take it down by, if it's running at 1.6 and it should be running at 1.45, I think we have to go for 150 millivolts, surely, straight out of the box. I think we have to. We have to undervolt 150 millivolts. Yeah, AC equals DC now. Which is the Intel spec. So we're back on spec now at least. So... oh no, I haven't got it up. So we're back on spec. Look, AC now equals DC. So we are at least in spec. So now maybe we can just massively undervolt it. I'm sure Prime 95 is going to love that. But... alright, so now we're just going to do an offset. We're going to do 150. Yeah, we're going to start big. Yeah. Oh. Why are we having to work this out? This is ridiculous. Why are we working this out as consumers? It should just work. We should get what we paid for. So we can't run these specs basically. So we can't run these specs limiting 400 amps and 320 watts. We can't do it because it messes up the voltage curve. And when you're on the high load for Prime 95, it makes the voltage go too low because it can't get enough watts and then it crashes. So we can't stay in spec because it doesn't work. I hope you guys are getting some entertainment out of this. It's just an insane situation. Patience is awesome, good job. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very close to just going back to the old BIOS and having it as I had it before. Because this one, the MSI have messed something up. Right, where are we now? Do we have 1.6 volts still running? Fun. Right, okay, we're now down to a sensible voltage, right, on the desktop. We're not running 1.6 anymore. We're now running about 1. We're higher than we normally are, so maybe we should be running under minus 160. Maybe 160, maybe 170. Temperatures, okay, right. We're not thermal throttling on the desktop anymore. It's always a good side. Oh, come on. Thermal throttling on the desktop. All right, so let's see what we get here. Oh, come on, stop doing that. No, stop it. No, we're thermal throttling though, look, 93. 5.8 though, look. Keeping 5.8. Wow, that's the best we've seen. We're over 36,000, but we are thermal throttling. So it's still hot, but that is the best we've seen for drop. If we run one more time, that's a very good result. But we're going straight to 98 degrees centigrade there. And now we're doing a bit more dropping. How much power are we pulling right now? 387 watts. This thing's a monster. I mean, we're 150 millivolts and we're still getting 96 degrees centigrade, but I like that. So we have to go more, surely. Let's have a look what Prime 95 does. Reset them. This is just going to be instantly thermal throttling, isn't it, the whole time? We're 83 at 90. We're straight at 99, 97, 98. We just got too much power going through it. But look, the cores are way higher than the 1.2s that we were borderline crashing on. So I think we just need to increase the offset, the offset a lot more. I think we could even go maybe 0.2, 200 millivolts offset maybe. Oh no, look, we just dropped down to 1.1. We just dropped down to 1.1. And we just crashed. We've just crashed. Yeah. No, we can't take this route. We can't take this route. If we go with the Intel defaults, then it's pumping way too much voltage into the CPU on idle, way too much. So we have to go with the normal, and we can't counter it because it's crashing. So we have to go with normal. We have to. Just don't have a choice. We have to go. We can't use Intel defaults because it's pumping in. I mean, I don't know what advanced is. Maybe I can. There we go. There's your AC and DC load line. You have to set it to advanced, and then you got your 1.1. You got your 1.1s. What was it before? It was 1.0s, wasn't it? Go more offset. It was crashing. How can I go more offset? It went down to under 1.1 volts. It was still going down to 1.1 volts under the Prime 95. I can't go more offset. You think it's the temperature that lowered the voltage? I think it's the temperature that lowered the voltage, see? I don't know, it's pretty much hitting 100 immediately. Alright, we can try it. That's out of board spec. When it goes red like that, that's not recommended by the board. Okay, I can go up to that. That's the max I can really go up to. I think I should lower the AC/DC. I think I should put it to a 1. I think I should go with 100 here and 100 here. You have to set per core voltage. Check what's causing. Oh, well, I'm not doing all that. No way, Sky. I just want it to work. If I had to go to that level, then I might as well just go back to the BIOS I had this morning, because that was fine. I'm just trying to fix what MSI have done to this new BIOS. I'm trying to fix it. And right now, I'm leaning towards going back to the old BIOS. When I say old, I mean the BIOS that's like 3 weeks old, as opposed to the BIOS that's 1 day old. I don't know. I think that's too high. I don't know. We'll try it. Try a bit of everything. It's fundamentally the voltage frequency curves are wrong. And I'm trying to compensate somehow. But pumping in 1.6 volts on the desktop and saying it's the Intel default is mental. As I say, I've seen that go up to 1.7 in previous BIOS versions when using the Intel defaults. It's insane. My computer will last like a month before I need a new one. What are they doing? Right, so right now, look, I've got the voltage down to 1.41. So that's probably a bit too extreme. I think 1.44, 1.45 was relatively stable on the desktop. So I think we've probably gone too far with this. With the undervolt now, look, that 1.9. So I think we can probably add another 25. So maybe instead of 1.9, we should be about 1.7, 1.6, maybe 1.6. I'm just going to reboot and go straight to 1.6. No, I'm not going to test it. I'm going to go straight to 1.6. I was running 160 millivolt undervolt for a while actually, before I got the beta virus, the BIOS. Not Cinebench I'm worried about, Sky, it's Prime 95. That's the thing that's crashing constantly. The only thing that hasn't crashed Prime 95 is having no offset at all. Even if you do 10 millivolt offset, it crashes it. Right. You think it'll go on 1.8 voltage? I'm not. I just hope not. No, we need about 1.45, I'd say, on the desktop. Because when it was running on the normal line, it was about that. And when I had it stable this morning, it was about that. So we aim about 1.45 on desktop idle. I think that's a good bullseye. Maybe just a little bit underneath. Little bit underneath it. 1.45, 1.44-ish. It's going to be fine. At least we're then in the starting ballpark before we then load it and then see what horrors we get then. Right, 1.43 at the moment. There we go, 1.45, 1.47. It's getting up a little bit. 1.44, 1.439, 1.438. So not far away, I'd say, right now. I mean, look. I mean, we haven't done anything yet, and it's got up to 77 degrees at times. It's 40-ish, 50-ish now. It's jumping around a lot more than it was. Desktop, this morning, I was seeing between 30s and 40s most of the time. It wasn't jumping around very much. Now it's way more frenetic with the Intel default baseline. Intel just want to pump a ridiculous amount of voltage in. That's what they want to do, apparently. They just want to absolutely pump stupid amount of voltage in to make it stable, even though it's not stable. It's making it unstable. Right, see where we are with Cinebench. So this is 160 millivolts undervolt. Does OCTD crash with the offset? I haven't done many CPU benches, but it was perfectly stable this morning on the previous BIOS. For Prime 95, for Cinebench, for games, everything. And then this new one, they've seemed to just bumped up the voltage for the voltage VF curves. And as a result, it's hotter and it's lost a load of performance. And I'm trying to counter that now. Right, so really, really good score that 36,600. So that's probably the best score I have seen. That's probably why, look, some of the cores didn't even go down. 92, but we did get some thermal throttling, but the thermal throttling only took it down by one tick, effectively, and 1.32. So past that test, let's see what it does with Prime 95. Ready? So let's take your bets. Is it going to last 30 seconds? Is it going to last 60 seconds? I'm only giving you those two options because it's probably not going to last either of those two. Right. Keep an eye on this up here. Watch it. See if it goes down at some point to 1.1 volts. It's now 1.3. Seems to crash just after it goes down to 1.1 volts. And this is all VF curve stuff. I mean, I can't do much with this. The AC/DC we have lowered from 1.1 to 1.0 milliohms. If it hits 100 degrees C, it will crash. It's 85 right now. Oh no, it's saying 99 on the motherboard though. Bad news, I'm afraid. Oh, it stops. Look, that number hasn't gone. No, there we go. It just does not like underclocks. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do. We can't underclock it. We can't undervolt it, I mean. We can't do it. I don't think we can do it. And if we're not undervolting, then we have to stay with load line calibration 8. Or is it on 7 or 8 at the moment? No, it's on auto, it's on 8. We haven't even touched that. But this is the only way to get those ridiculous 1.6, 1.7 voltages down for the Intel default light load. It's the only way to do it. Which is saying the 1.1 AC/DC. I think I just have to run with my old BIOS settings and just take the hit that it's going to be hotter and it's going to be worse performance. Or I go back to the old BIOS. You think it's sick? What? Well, I might as well just go normal. I might as well just go normal if that's the case. Because that is that. Isn't it? You think it's because it's 1.0, 0.6. You think that's the performance difference? And we've had to unlock these because it was messing up the voltage curves. So we've had to unlock these. We can't go 320 volts because if you lock that and you lock this, then it messes up the voltage. It suffocates the voltage and then you get a crash. So we had to unlock that. Normal is, you think that's what they've changed? Do you think they've changed their normal? You think their normal has changed from 0.6 1.1 to 0.6 1.0 and that's what's reducing the performance? Why would that wouldn't increase the heat though? We've gained like 5 degrees centigrade between this BIOS and the one this morning. We just can't change anything. It won't let us. That's the other thing, right? We had a voltage offset of -2 there. Why did it only go down to 5.8? Answers on the postcard. Cinebench is AVX. Why did it only go down to 5.8? No, I wanted to stick with the normal. Well, you think they've changed the normal? What I could do, I could find out what it is. Let's have a look. What we can do is we can see what the normal is by basically setting it to normal, rebooting. Hang on. F10. Yeah, and then going straight back in the BIOS and see what the values were set. So we're going to go straight back into the BIOS now. You don't think Cinebench is AVX? I thought it was. Yeah, we had really good results in that last one, but right, let's have a look. So now we've just basically rebooted a normal. So if we change it to advanced, it should tell us what, oh, okay. That might have just been the last time we had it on. Oh, I think we just go normal. Sorry, Fireboy, what are you saying? What are you suggesting? I think you will have better temperatures and voltages. Doing what? Sorry, I don't understand what you're suggesting. You just want me to go back to the old BIOS? Well, I know the old BIOS is fine. But I don't really want to be on a BIOS that's not even officially released anywhere. only available through MSI support and is now out of date. Really want to be on that. Alright, where are we at right now? So we're on default everything right now, apart from unlimited power, which we haven't really tried on its own 1.5s. Still quite high, isn't it? 1.6. This is the normal one. And if we actually close this and actually have a look at the... See what the AC/DC is. I haven't even got anywhere near Fortnite. If it's not going to pass Prime 95, I don't want it. I don't want it. And the other one was passing Prime 95. Right, so the AC/DC, I think with this... What? I think something's very broken here. I think if you do normal, it doesn't actually change it back unless you then do auto for the ones that are hidden underneath with advanced. I think the BIOS is broken. Bug. I think if you set advanced to anything other than the auto, then it doesn't matter whether you've selected normal. I think it's going to use those advanced ones. Better to check the V-core then. Yeah, I know. It's just annoying because it's further down. Can't go get it on one screen. But you're right, V-core's better. There. So I think this is, there. Watch this. So we're on normal right now, but if we go to advanced, I think I need to set these to auto before I can go back to normal, and then it hides them. Yeah? Yeah. That's a GUI bug with the BIOS. So the old BIOS reset BIOS to default and start again. We're pretty much at default. We've hardly changed anything, Sky. This is default. We're basically trying to do anything slightly different to default. But nah. At this point, I could change everything with my eyes closed back to default. I've done this so many damn times. I think what happens, you're seeing at the offset, because when you tried, it added and probably never changed like that value. You reckon that's still running for that one core at the end? I don't think so. Unless it's got the same bug as what we just did a minute ago, but... Right, let's go and have a look to see what it's doing. I mean, it could be fucking anything. It's just a joke at this point. Right, there we go, we fixed that. I swear that was 1.6 and 1.1 before, this morning. It's gonna say 100. What's gonna say 100, Sky? Oh, I see. You were predicting what I was gonna say here. That's the normal one. When you put them all to auto and then run normal, that's what you get. And then if you run the Intel default then it's 1.1 and 1.1, and then the voltages go through the roof and the temperatures go through the roof. Right, okay. I'm sure I saw it there. OC ratio for load, no wait, what's that? Where did I see that? I was looking at the ring max ratio earlier, wasn't I? Did I see that somewhere? Fused ratio limit, that's clever. I've seen somebody run this at nearly 9. The world record's nearly 9 with this CPU. That was, I think they got 8 point, did they get over 9? I think they did get over 9. Yeah, there's that one, which we've set. Voltage offset 0. So basically it's telling us not to do it. Or is that what we've set? Are these the recommendation? These the specs, or are these what we've set? I don't know. They're not limits, are they? Seeing if there's anything we can take from this at all. Doesn't seem to be. Where are we at? I don't even remember where we're at right now. Cinebench. So that 9.3. I'm not running any more undervolts. It's just nothing. No undervolt has passed prime 95. None. $35,713. So we were over 36,000 this morning with the other BIOS. And this is what I've been trying to get back. So whatever they've changed, whatever MSI have changed between these two BIOSes, it's made the temperatures go up and it's made the performance worse. So it looks like they've just messed with the voltage curves and they've pumped more voltage in. That's what it looks like. But if I try and do any kind of voltage offset, it breaks prime 95. That's been the overriding can't get past problem. I can't undo what MSI have done in this BIOS by using offsets. Yeah, 7 hours of trying to get this stable. It's been mental. Right, so what did we just have here? So that just went down to 5 6s. So that's really not a good score going down to 5 6s. Well, ideally, probably about 5 7s with the previous BIOS than this is sitting at. So it's going lower than it was. How much? It's 86. So it was about 82 earlier. So it's hotter. It's about 5 degrees hotter, I'd say. This new BIOS. And how much power is it pulling? How much power is it pulling? That just pulled 309. So the 320 limit would have been fine with that. We're not doing any thermal throttling, no power throttling at all. It's just downclocking because of the new voltage curve. What's going on there? Which is set by the BIOS, i.e. MSI. Oh, why did I close that? Shouldn't have closed that. Just a thought, do you think Prime needs an update? This was running, as I said, this was running fine this morning on the older BIOS. The BIOS that's 3 weeks old was running fine, but the BIOS you can only get via MSI support, so it was a beta test one. This was running fine. Same app, same operating system. Only thing's changed is the BIOS. All right, how much power we pull in now? We got to keep an eye. Well, I know we're not. Yeah, that's just gone down to 1.2. I know we should be looking at. Don't want that. Don't want that. V-core is a better measurement. So we find that once this hits about 1.1, this gets very unstable, and then we think that it's then going even lower than that to 1.0, and then it crashes. We get a blue screen. But it's only happening when we've got even 10 millivolts undervolting. Even 10, it crashes. It just does not like undervolting. So CPU's about 91, 90. So I think we had 93 at peak earlier, didn't we? How much power is it pulling right now? So the amps are fine, they're nowhere near the 400, so 298 there. And we're currently pulling about 350, well, we peaked at 350 watts. So when we were limiting the watts to 320, which is in spec for this CPU, it was dropping the voltage massively, because if you're limiting the amps and you're limiting the watts, then only the voltage can go down. So, and that was causing instability. So we had to unlock the watts so that the voltage could kind of run free more. But that's still really low. I mean, what's the V-core right now? 1.2, it's been, 1.202 is what it's got. So it means it's impossible to undervolt this CPU on this motherboard BIOS version right now. Because anything we do, we get better results when we do it. We get better Cinebench scores, we get better Fortnite scores. But Prime 95 will crash, no matter what we do with an undervolt. Down to 5.4. So no, the throttling reasons, where are they? So we're not getting any, those are all no. We're not getting any thermal throttling whatsoever. So the only thing that's making that go lower from 5.9 to 5.4 is the fact that the voltage has dropped. And that isn't because we've hit the amps or watts limit, because we're not. So the only thing that's going to be lowering that voltage is the VF curve implemented by MSI and not specified properly by Intel. So MSI have to guess. Yeah, it's the most stable, Kagami, because guess what we're not doing? We're not undervolting. We got 0 offsets. So this is basically what I was running this morning, but with worse performance and more temperatures. So this should be stable, because it's what I've been running on the other BIOS for a couple of weeks. Well, a week. The only way to get an offset in this BIOS is to change from adaptive to static. Yeah, I've been using static. I haven't used adaptive. been using the static offset and that doesn't work. 10 millivolts, blue screens this. And we can't seem to stop this drooping massively, because even if we go up one tick with the modes, then we get at least 10 degrees more centigrade, and it just becomes a massive thermal throttle. Everything then thermal throttles, and we get awful performance. Even if we go one level up for the load line calibration, that extra 10 degrees centigrade, we're up to 96 now, is massive, and we can't get around it. So even if I then undervolt to try and counter the 10 degrees extra centigrade from going up one level of load line calibration, then Prime 95 crashes, because it just does not like undervolts at all with this CPU and this motherboard. BIOS. I keep having to add BIOS because the BIOS has been so varied between each one, it's been crazy. They just, MSI and all the motherboard manufacturers just don't know what to do with the VF curves. They don't know how to set them. And it's because Intel haven't given them the proper specs. And so we're just going around in a big circle here of blame game. That's all that's happening. It's the consumer is still stuffed. 94. But that's a worryingly low voltage. What is it? Still 1.2 on the V-core. Look, hasn't got lower than 1.2. So it seems if it stays above 1.2, then it's keeping its head above water and it's not crashing. I mean, this still might crash, but I don't know. The tools we usually use to combat this amount of droop are working against us right now. The load line calibration is killing us, and we can't seem to stop it suddenly dropping down to 1 volt and then crashing. The E cores are pretty much running the same as the P cores. The 1.174. Look, there's loads of P cores pretty much close to that. It's across all of them. Doesn't seem to make any difference whether it's an E core or a P core. Thermal throttling at the moment. I mean, I've run this test on previous BIOS, and that's sat at about 91, 92 with no thermal throttling at all. And I've left that for like 2 hours and it was fine. So this new BIOS, they're pumping in more voltage in the VF curves, and it's messing everything up. I don't think that's going to matter, Kagami. I think it's the VF curves. I think they've changed those. And they're worse than what I had. Which I can't do anything about. I can't do anything about their VF curves other than offsets. And then offsets kill Prime 95. Oh la la. That's the only thing you can see, exactly. You can't see what the voltage, the VF curves are. They're hidden. You can't see them. It's 1:30 in the morning now here. Oh dear. Bill's posted a I hate this game clip. Let me see it. Oh, we might have to watch this live because I want to see this. Alright, while that's going, let's pop over to the streaming PC. I want to see this. I want to see this. Cheer me up, Bill. What's Bill doing? Flying in the air. Dropping straight down. What? He's got wings. How has he taken full damage? He's got his wings out. Did he change weapons? What? What just happened there? Interesting stats there, Bill. You're definitely not optimizing quite well there. Yeah, what happened? I'm really confused. He's got his wings out. Has he changed his... We don't know whether he changed weapons. He did. He changed weapons at the last second. That's exactly what he did. He didn't have his wings out when he landed. Hang on, let me pause this and get to the exact point. Monsieur Le Bill. Wings out, wings out, wings out, wings out, wings out. There we go. Changed to a gun. And then when he landed, he didn't have his wings out anymore. Oops. Oopsie. What did I just do? What did I just do? I pressed escape and it died on me. No, that's not what I want. See, this is running okay now. It is, it's that offset. Anything with the offset is 96. 340 watts instead of the 320, but then at least it's not messing up the voltage curves. But the temperature is yowzers because it's running that extra 20 watts that I normally restrict it for. That's the extra temperature, I reckon. It's running a bit more power through it. Oh, you can't see that, can you? Because you're alt-tabbing. Right, what do I need to do here? I need to that. Sorry guys. You see my headshot snipes yesterday? They were ridiculous. Clip the wall. Yeah. Bill, why are you still up? I don't think. You sure you clipped the wall? It looked like you changed weapons at the last second. The reason I like CCC is because of the report when it crashes and possible causes. If you can get it to crash there, it might help you troubleshoot. Probably won't actually crash there. Prime 95 is nasty. I think, doesn't OCT use Limpack? Which isn't quite so demanding. Oh, okay, you reckon they died because they disappeared because you died? Okay, maybe. Mode 8 has a big V droop and offset just kills it. Yeah. Maybe it was zero uses. No, it wasn't that. I'm watching Office Space, are you? Okay. Let's watch one of my while this is going in the corner. Let's watch one of my clips from yesterday. My hit rate at the moment is crazy good. Right, this was me yesterday. Oh, that's quite a high quality clip actually. Right, okay, I missed a shot. Missed a bullet there. I'm gonna get him in a minute though. My new network tweaks. Missed that one. Look, it goes across the zip. 290 across the zip. Yeah, those network tweaks are great. I love them. Yes. See, it's the distance ones. You just can't judge the height. Yeah. How do I press escape without pressing escape? We got any other clips? We're hearing some good ones recently. Actually, did I put some on YouTube? Or did I put some on Twitch? Can't remember now. probably on my Twitch actually. Probably the Twitch. Where's my live thingy? Where's me live? There we go. That'll give me a link to that. How are we doing? It's still going? Still going? Yep, still going. I think a 97 peaking, but it says 84 right now on the motherboard, temperature-wise. Well, that's a picture-in-picture, isn't it? That's a bit freaky. Can I just go to my channel, please? I don't want to go to live. How the heck do I get out of this? How do I get out of the live one? Oh, they're down there. Oh, I just want videos. One. What is this? Where's me? I just want to go to me without being live. There we go. That's just weird. That was weird. That was 3 months ago. I really need to be clipping more, don't I? It was this one. This one about 30 minutes in. I was hitting some ridiculous snipes this game. A bit blurry. Why is it blurry? There we go, that's better. Why does it do that? Also puts it in a low res. Yeah, I hit some ridiculous snipes this game. $290. Oh, we passed another iteration. See, this looks stable to me. It's just slightly worse performance. Anyway, I'm sure you guys don't want to watch that. There we go. Will you update your guide? Yeah, my guide is updated. You just can't get to it, Fireboy, because it's now behind a paywall. Hidden. No one can get to it. Ah. See? Brand new guide with all the hit reg stuff in it. All in there. But you unfortunately have to pay for it. To stop people stealing it for free and then making new content and pretending it's theirs. So I'm afraid there's a, it costs £20 now for the guide for life. You get all the updates forever. And I'm working on a Fortnite specific one as well. As like an add-on. But yeah, so I've had to put it behind a paywall just so that people don't keep stealing it. But I've specified all the things I've put in it in the new one, so you can decide whether you want to buy it or not. But you get that, and then you get 73, 74, 75 onwards, so etc. So if you want the new guide with all the hit reg stuff, then that's where you get it from. Yeah, Night Kagami, thanks for keeping me sane. Appreciate your presence. Queuing up 6 months of shows to watch. Oh, nice. You got 6 months of Disney for free. That's good. This is the biggest stress test I can run really in this environment. But I mean, I've got OCT on here. I'm pretty sure I've got it actually installed. Oh wait, is it a download or is it an app? Or is it just, I think it's just download, isn't it? It's not actually an app. Yeah, I've got it on here. I've been running it for my memory stuff, but I haven't really I haven't really had to benchmark my CPU and stress test my CPU because it's been fine in the other BIOS. And it seems fine in this one at the moment. How long are we going? I don't know how long we're going actually. Where's the main threads? We started at 1:16. That's depressing. We've been going 20 minutes, 21 minutes. Can you maybe give it to me so I can have a look? I'm not a stealer. I have my own packs. I just want the guide, nothing else. No. Just means then I will pay. I mean, give it to you. It's behind the paywall now, I'm afraid. It's not a very big paywall. It's nowhere near what the other guys are charging. Look, I'll give you an example. So Frame Chasers is a really good YouTuber. I like Frame Chasers. But he does more hardware review stuff. But look how much he charges. I'm charging £20. He's charging $100 per month to access the Discord. And you get direct communication with him. Wow, never had that with me, have you? And if you want him to actually be on your computer, $500 for 1 hour maximum. And I'm giving a complete ultimate guide away for £20, $20-ish. So it kind of puts it in perspective. Look, overclock, $1,000 1 week maximum. Can you guys actually see this, or am I on the wrong thing? I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. Now we can show you. On the wrong thing. No. Overpriced. So look, yeah. If you want to pay monthly, $1,000 per month to access the Discord. Look, a bargain. You get a discount. $1,000 for a year. God tier. Personal teaching of overclocking. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing. But yeah, he's more hardware. I'm more software, really. I'm not really an overclocking expert. But yeah, if you want him to actually go on your computer, $500 for 1 hour. So yeah, it puts my $20 effectively £20 does everything for you. Lifetime updates. It puts that into perspective. So I can start charging that if you want. He's got a few more followers than me. So again, it bargain price at the beginning at the moment. Well, this is still going. I know we're sitting on 93 degrees, but at this point, I would say it's probably stable. What's some of the stats? So it's still got down to, what's the V-core? What did I say, 1.2? Look, it has got a little bit lower than 1.2. So around 1.2 seems relatively stable. Just realised I'm shouting and my whole house is asleep, other than me. Close the door a bit. 97, we're down to 5.3 at times for the here. So that's not right, is it? 3 degrees centigrade, that's not right. So it's doing some thermal throttling, and it's probably doing VF curve throttling because everything else is unlimited. Yeah, it's got to be the reason. a ring limit as well. Yeah, it's using its own curve. So, I mean, I think it's just going to be a case of suck it and see. See how bad the performance is, but I need to go to bed, so I'm going to run this proper stability test another time, I think. So I'm going to exit that. But what have we ended on? I've forgotten now. Oh, Norton's running in the background. That's nice. Can't remember what performance we've actually ended on. It was about 35,500, wasn't it? Tried with that easy anti-cheat, but it didn't work. What? Try what? What didn't work? I think I'm going to bed. What are my temperatures right now? We're down to 40s. Let's see what we get. So 36,000 this morning. Brand new bias now. $35,700. So we've probably lost about 400, 500 points since this morning with pretty much exactly the same settings, other than we've unlimited the power now. But we've had to because the new VF curve on this BIOS is pants. Oh, what? Running as Epic, the Epic Games Launcher. And you did the anti-cheat repair as well. Yeah, that's a weird one. It's obviously interfering with something and doesn't like something. Could it be your antivirus or Defender, whatever you're running, conflicting with easy anti-cheat? I don't know. I don't really have much running these days. I've only got that running. Those 4, 5. Well, I'm going to bed. It's ridiculous o'clock. We'll run some benchmarks in the morning on Fortnite to see whether how bad it actually is. Or should I do that really quickly now? I'm tempted to do that really quickly now. What's going on? Where's Fortnite? I can't remember where I left this. I think I've got this on full screen exclusive mode after I did those tests. I think I've still got it on full screen exclusive mode. I do. It's still on full screen exclusive mode. That's still full screen exclusive mode. So I ran a test earlier with this one. Pretty sure I ran a test with this one. Let's see how worse the performance is, shall we? Compared to this morning. It's not going to count because I'm kind of cheating because I haven't got my DisplayPort plugged in, so it's not having to run at 360 Hz monitor. I'm kind of cheating with this. But we'll have a look. If it's about the same performance, we know it's because it's cheating. I'm not running my DisplayPort, so you guys have been able to see my BIOS the whole time. I have to pull out my DisplayPort, so I only run HDMI, so that you guys can see my BIOS. am I not running this? Or is it running and I didn't pick it up? Am I not running this? No, I wasn't running it. What else could be the problem? I don't know. Obviously something wrong with easy anti-cheat. Have a look in your event viewer, see if there's any easy anti-cheat messages in there. Normally happen when you first start Fortnite. Turn that off, closing that, closing that, closing that. What else we got running? There's that. It looks so weird watching on a 60Hz HDMI. I'm not sure this is a like-for-like comparison at all. Interesting results before I got distracted today though with the full screen exclusive versus full screen optimization. Some interesting results on that. I mean, if you see my processes, I lowered them before I opened. What? Yeah, I think that could definitely be the problem. You've turned off too much, or you're running a custom OS. Yeah. See if you can do a dual boot. Create another Windows install, just default Windows, and see if it does the same stuttering, just with default Windows. Not running a custom OS. What, you just turned off a million services, have you? I mean, I got my services pretty bare bone on Windows 10, and that was still running about 70, 60, between, yeah, 68, 69, 70. And that I turned off a lot of services doing that. So to get it down to like 40, you've turned off a lot of core Windows functionality. So it could be anything that's causing issues. Right, let's have a look, see what that looked like. Compare it to before, even though it's not a like for like. Let's have a look before we go to bed. New BIOS comparison. Oh, I got over 304. That might be because I'm not running the second monitor. Could be. Let's look at the temperatures and things. 0.24, 0.33. We'll look at the sensor data. 89, that's fine. It's going down a lot more. That clock, CPU clock, is a lot lower. Yeah, it's nerfed the CPU, my BIOS update. It's using a bit more power. Temperatures 64, 72, so it's peaking 2 degrees centigrade higher. So it's running cooler before. CPU loads higher, really. As I say, it's not a like for like because I don't have my display port plugged in. Maybe sysmain's the problem. No, look, I did a sysmain comparison the other day. But I posted it on the Discord, which you can't see now anymore because you don't have access to the benchmark results. But sysmain is definitely better. Look, there we go, sysmain comparison. On versus off. Way better on. Definitely not sysmain. Sysmain helps. Or your problem. Maybe. Sysmain on helps. Alright, I'm going to bed. I can't take this anymore. I can't take this anymore. So I think I'm going to email. I think I'm going to email MSI support tomorrow and say, look, your new BIOS that you've put on the website is worse than the one you gave me. I think I need to do that because they just seem to have thrown more voltage at it on the voltage curve, and it's added heat. It's made performance worse, and there doesn't seem to be any benefits whatsoever. So, yeah, that's tomorrow, I think. All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you tomorrow.